of the RTN network. We had an outstanding day today with extremely good feedback across the country. Today, we have a galaxy of speakers, and to kickstart the program, I invite the chairpersons, Dr. Sanjay Agarwal and Dr. Banshi Saboo. Dr. Banshi Saboo and Dr. Sanjay Agarwal is well known across the country. Dr. Sanjay Agarwal is the director of AGL Clinic Diabetes Care Pune. He is the head of department of Ruby Hall Clinic, senior consultant in diabetes and medicine, member editorial board BMJ Open Diabetes General, member governing journey Maharashtra State Board, organizing chairman of IDAC, and most importantly, secretary of RSSDI. Presently, Dr. Banshi Saboo, I would say there is no conference that happens in India without Dr. Saboo, and he is omnipresent everywhere. He is the chief diabetologist and chairman of Diabetes Care Ahmedabad. He has been the secretary Diabetes India, DIAGNOSTIC, Indian Academy of Diabetes. He is the president of All India Indian Obesity Society, honorary secretary of Diabetes in Asia Study Group, managing director of International Textbooks, ad board member and advisory to most of the diabetes association across the country. I think I'll have to stop somewhere, but I would say he's the secretary of Diabetes India, president of RSSDI, and all new innovations start with Banshi Saboo and ends there. So it gives me great pleasure to invite them and to kickstart the proceedings. Over to you, Dr. Saboo and Dr. Agarwal.
Thank you very much, Mithun. Our first speaker for the day is Dr. Christopher Jacobs. Let me congratulate the entire Diabetes Network team for a great first day that we had yesterday with amazing feedback that we've had from all the participants. This is a movement that, RSSDI along with all the team members of DTN have started. And I'm sure it's going to go a long way to, guide people on use of technology in clinical practice. Let's hope that, this leads to more and more incorporation of technology and more guidance to come. And we'll always be there on board to see that, we bring it to all our RSSDI members and, make clinical practice much better and better. With this, let me ask Jyoti Dev to introduce Dr. Christopher, because he's the person who knows him best and probably he'll do justice to his introduction. So over to you, Jyoti, for his introduction.
Thank you, Dr. Sanjay. So welcome, Chris. So he's a very special person, Dr. Christopher Jacobs, and a good friend of us. And share the screen. So he's a founder of Gentil. And Gentil is FDA approved device. And this is a device which is founded by Chris, the painless lancing device. And I think this is a blessing for those with type 1 diabetes who require very frequent blood glucose testing. Dr. Chris is a PhD in biomedical engineering and a founder of mygentil.com, and he will be demonstrating the techniques to us. Over to Dr. Chris.
Thank you, Dr. Dev. The other lectures are really impressive. They're comparative, they're sophisticated. Yesterday, you guys had a wonderful session with very deep understandings. This lecture will be shorter than most and simpler than most. I want to demonstrate is a device for painless lancing. Because we lecture under 15 minutes, I'm not going to share all the references, but they will be available to me. And I am going to hold up just for a moment my, because I'm doing this lecture live, I'm going to hold up a sheet that will allow you to obtain not only all the references you want, but any samples you want of the product that we will be talking about today. My email is drjacobs@drchrisjacobs.com. More or less just the way it was on the program. For those of us that are in the medical field, one of the most discouraging things is that we have such wonderful medicines, but none of them will work if the patient isn't using them. if they don't follow the proper procedures. And one of the most obvious areas where patients don't follow procedures is in testing their blood glucose, either because of convenience or they don't like the pain. Whatever their reason, mostly it's pain. They just don't want to endure that pain. Well, the Genteel, which I'm going to talk about now, is painless. And the medical device I want to show you is manufactured in the United States. It's made by Genteel LLC, the company. It's manufactured in Tualatin. There's about 75,000 of them out now, and probably one of the biggest retail stores where they'll be available will be the Walmart chain coming up in October. They're available on Amazon, and I would encourage any of you that are in the medical field that want to look at things the way a patient would look at it is to go to Amazon.com and read the reviews. I think you will find it interesting how people that have Genteel perceive them. Now, I would like to present Genteel. Here it is. It uses just conventional lances. I'm going to demonstrate it on myself. Here's how you use it. This is all you do. It's highly engineered, really has a lot of engineering in it, but it is extremely simple to use. And remember, there are two major advantages of Genteel are, please know that it is FDA and CE cleared for alternate site testing, and it's absolutely painless. So for people that have to poke their fingers many times in a day, this can be life-saving. It's used like this. You hold it, you put your index finger on top of the Genteel. This is called the activation button. All you do is lightly touch it to your skin. You push the button, and I can promise you, of course, without experiencing it, which is why we said if you wanted a sample, we'll give it to you. Perfect drop of blood with absolutely no pain. You use any glucometer, measure your blood sugar. And you get accurate results. Now, the thing that I would like to show you is a thing called redraw. Redraw allows you to take the lance out and either put it down or, for convenience, go the other way to poke it so that it won't poke you, and actually allow you to go back to the same area, the same site.
We cannot see. Yeah, fine.
With no puncture, and redraw blood again and again all day long. This is life-changing for people, particularly that have type 1, that have to poke themselves, make many holes in their body and poke themselves, always in the fingers. With Genteel, you can go one poke, one hole all day long. So that's one of the main advantages. Now, I'm sorry, I'm a better engineer than I am lecturer, so if I'm not real flowing, please forgive me. Now, how does Genteel draw blood painlessly? As every child knows that can drink soda through a straw, pressure differential lifts liquid. Throughout the body, capillary blood supply has about 12 millimeters of mercury of pressure higher than the outside atmosphere. Somewhat higher on your fingers, as most of you know. If you've ever poked your finger, you get a lot more blood than the same poke elsewhere on the body, which makes fingers a good site if you don't have vacuum. If you don't have vacuum, fingers are a good site to draw blood because the millimeters of mercury pressure is a little bit higher. But Genteel generates vacuum. Instead of 12 millimeters of mercury, Genteel generates 300 millimeters of mercury vacuum that draws the pressure up. That's why we can have such fast, easy, reliable blood draw, and almost you can pay for it on the test strips that you don't have to use 2 and 3 test strips because you get that vacuum, that high vacuum gets you the right amount of blood every time. Now, having a PhD in biomedical engineering, I do find it interesting that in our industry, medical industry in general, we have to validate things that are so obvious. If I were to say to you, do you know that if something hurt, people will do it less? Then if it doesn't hurt, they'll tend to do it more. You would look at me like maybe I'd grown a second head and say, well, of course. Well, but we have to validate that in our industry. And I am delighted to say that Dr. Jathadev did a preliminary study that showed 2 things. 1, Genteel doesn't hurt. And 2, people with Genteel tested more often. This, which is also available if you contact me, is the results of the preliminary test. I am also delighted to tell you that our company was so impressed that we commissioned Dr. Jathadev to do a 100-patient in-depth study where we're going to validate these 2 claims, Genteel doesn't hurt and Genteel causes people to test more often, and also to further sharpen the number of how, and which is the topic of the lecture, how much testing more often will lower A1C. Now, also available to anybody that wants it, we have peer-reviewed articles, and they're out there. You can search for them yourself, that shows that testing more often can lower A1C between 1/2 and 3/4. It's amazing that just doing that makes so much difference. People, when they're using Genteel, have found that because they are paying attention, it doesn't hurt, so they actually measure their blood sugar. Not only can they dose more correctly, but paying attention to their blood sugar makes them de facto want to improve their lifestyle. And that's what helps lower their A1C. So again, if I can help you in any way, provide information, if you want to go look at Genteel, can you go to the About page?
About page, yeah.
Yeah, and then scroll down a little bit so that if people want to know exactly how it works, a little bit lower, it'll show the opening of how Genteel works. It's down, there you go, Genteel parts explained. And so if you're interested in the technical behind the scenes, this is the place to go. But putting your hat on as if you were just a patient that needs it, it is really life-changing. You can just pick it up. You saw how simple it was. You put it against your body, you push the finger, and you get your blood with no pain. And there's videos on. If we had more time, I'd love to share some of the videos with you. And I want to thank you for your time and attention, everybody. I sincerely, and all of us at the company sincerely believe in this device and believe that it will help patients that want something very simple that will allow them to test their blood sugar without pain and not have to stick to sore fingers. So I thank you. And see, we did make this lecture less than 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christopher. And it was a pleasure to see all the, the benefits of using Gentil. We look forward to use it in our population of people. We will definitely be interested in using it, and we'll get back to you about the further steps. We'll move on to our next lecture, and I'll ask Dr. Banshi to take over to introduce Dr. Viral.
Great pleasure to introduce Dr. Viral. Viral has completed his graduation and post-graduation in India from Jamnagar, and he has done his DM endocrinology from a prestigious institute, postgraduate institute of India, PGI, Chandigarh. He is currently assistant professor at Barbara Davis Center at Diabetes, University of Colorado, Denver. His areas of interest includes clinical care in patients with type 1 diabetes, use of technology for the management of diabetes and diabetes-associated complications, including osteoporosis. He is actively involved in research and clinical activities and has published more than 60 research articles in various peer-reviewed journals. He was the recipient of B. Brown A.V. Gandhi Awards for Clinical Excellence in Medicine and Endocrinology, respectively. He also received many merits and awards for working with non-profit organizations for humanitarian works. Over to Dr. Viral. So Viral, close friend of mine, and he's also the part of this RSSDI Diabetes Technology Network as a international advisor. Over to Dr. Viral.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Banshi Saboo, for a nice introduction. Thank you, organizing committee and everybody, to invite me to give this lecture, which is, I feel like I'm passionate about. Give me 1 second. I'm going to share my slides with you guys. And very good morning to all of you in India. It's 10 p.m. here in Denver, so it's a night for me. All right, can you see my slides?
Yes, we can see the slides.
Okay, and it's a full screen now, right? Okay, great. All right, so the topic I'm gonna speak about today, and as I said that this is something I'm passionate about, is when we manage diabetes in a clinical situation, think about not just the A1C, but other metrics. Here are my disclosures, but none of these disclosures are related to this talk today. What I'm going to speak today is, first, I will give you a little bit of a history behind A1C. What is A1C and why it became, and how it became actually standard of care. Then I will convince you that the A1C, if used alone in a clinical practice, is not the best metric to manage diabetes. Then I will speak a little bit about CGM metrics as an alternative to A1C. And then I will try to confuse you by saying that the CGM metrics are also not the best metrics in managing patients with diabetes. And I will end my talk with some concluding remarks. So probably all of you guys know about this scientist. He's a Sam Raybar. In 1960s, I think he did a PhD from Oxford and then moved to the University of Tehran. And he was very interested in hemoglobin molecule per se. What he did is that he hired a guy, and his job was to go to the University of Tehran laboratory and collect all discarded blood samples. And he used to collect about 300 blood samples and run just the simple one thing, electrophoresis. 300 electrophoresis every single day. And normally, of course, you would see in kind of a larger A band and then smaller A2 band on normal electrophoresis. But then he also found out that some of the patients had an extra band between A2 and A. And going back to the University of Tehran and seeing those patients, looking at the records, he found out that those patients had diabetes, high blood glucose. And that's how he made discovery of A1C. This is how A1C looks like on HPCL. That's a high performance liquid chromatography. You can see the larger A band, A1C here. A1C is just the one part of the hemoglobin A1. And just remember why we don't measure A1A or A1B, because it allows the attachment of different kind of sugars as well. For example, pentose and ribose. And when we want to quantify glucose in patients with diabetes, we are not interested in different sugar molecules. So that's why we measure only A1C, not A1A or A1B. And this is a three-dimensional structure. And all glucose just get attached here in the domain A. All right, then every one of us who work in diabetes field is familiar with these two landmark articles. That's that has changed the history of diabetes. One is the DCCT, Diabetes Complication Control and Complication Trial, that was done in patients with type 1 diabetes. And the second on my right side is the UKPDS, United Kingdom Prospective Diabetes Study. Both studies followed the patients with type 1 and type 2 respectively for median of 8 to 10 years. And what they found is each 1% increase in A1C, starting from a 7%, increases the risk of a microvascular complication by about 30% to 60%, whether it's retinopathy, neuropathy, or nephropathy. And then these two landmark articles made A1C famous and standard of care for all of us. And that's why ADA, ACE, Endocrine Society, every single society or the diabetes associations recommended that the patients with type 1 or type 2 should have an A1C of less than 7% to reduce microvascular complications. And then we have used the A1C for last 3 decades, almost 30 years. We have used A1C in our clinic, we have used A1C in our research, and the FDA also allows the drug approval based on the efficacy of reducing A1C by 0.4% compared to the comparator. So everything became an A1C centric for 30 years. And if the A1C is the good, then why I'm talking about today that the A1C is not good? Why are we challenging that dogma? And I'm going to convince you just by one next slide. Here is patient number 1, 32-year-old female having type 1 diabetes for about 20 years, on insulin pump and Dexcom G5, and the A1C was done in a clinic, 7.7. As a clinician, if I have this information, A1C of 7.7, first thing that comes to my mind is that this is not an optimal A1C. We need to do enough. We need to do probably better. What you would do, probably you would up titrate the insulin, change some kind of settings in insulin pump, increase the basal insulin or maybe bolusing, but you would do something to improve A1C. And I'm sure most of you will agree with me. Now, coming back to the patient number 2, is that this 41-year-old gentleman have a type 1 diabetes for about 13 years on insulin pump, A1C is 5.4. Fantastic, right? You would say, oh, this person is meeting ADA goal or ACE goal or Endocrine Society goal, having a best A1C. What you're gonna do with this guy? Probably I would say, oh, you're my 5-star guy, you are doing very well. I'm not gonna probably change much unless he has a lot of hypoglycemia, then probably I would reduce his insulin or drug that he is taking to minimize hypoglycemia. Now, if I ask you the question that who is doing better, patient number 1 or patient number 2? I think 90% of you will raise the hand, or maybe 100%, that the patient number 2 is doing much better than patient number 1. Now, this is the information, or probably this is your decision process in your mind if you just know the A1C. But now if I show you the CGM information, so this is the patient number 1, look at that. Mean glucose is 137. Time in range, I'm going to talk about that in a minute. It's a 74%. So 74% of the time, this person is spending in a normal range. That's a 70 to 180 milligram per deciliter. To my mind, this lady is doing really good. Time in range in a target. Mean glucose is really great. What I'm going to do now, despite that this person has an A1C of 7.7, probably I'm not going to change anything. I will disregard the A1C, despite this A1C is above the ADA recommended goal or ACE recommended goal or whatever society or guidelines that you follow. Now, the patient number 2, look at that. He is all over the place. There are many ups and downs. If you look at the average glucose, that comes out to be around 200. What you're going to do about this guy? Probably you will optimize the insulin therapy, despite that the A1C is 5.4. So now if I ask you the same question that I asked you before, that which person is doing best, I think you will change your answer now that the person number 1 or patient number 1 is much better person or patient than patient number 2. The patient 1 is doing an optimal diabetes management. Patient number 2 is not doing optimal diabetes management. So the A1C tells us a story, but that story is not a complete. It's not a complete picture unless you have other information, whether it's a lot of SMBG or you have a continuous glucose profile. So that's why A1C is a problematic if you use the A1C alone in managing diabetes. Okay, we use this chart in our clinic for a long time, okay, which came from an ADAG study initially by David Nathan, that if your A1C, your average glucose is 150, your A1C is going to be about 7%. Or if the A1C is 7%, your average glucose is going to be about 150. Now think about that. In a statistics, in a normal distribution curve, whenever there is an average, there are values that are going to be on both sides of the average. We call it a standard deviation, or you can call it a confidence interval. And look at the confidence interval here. And I'm going to just highlight this A1C of 7%. Meaning by that, the confidence interval is 123 to 185. So someone can have a mean glucose of 123 with the A1C of 7%, or someone has mean A1C of 185 and still can have an A1C of 7%. It's crazy, right? So A1C is sometimes misleading if you use just the A1C alone without other metrics in a clinic in managing diabetes. A1C cannot tell you, or it does not give you the information about the mean glucose. It's because of a wide confidence interval, meaning by that each A1C comprises of a wide glucose range, and you cannot really compare the A1C between two patients, because I gave you an example earlier that both the patient had A1C which were in one person like really high A1C but really good control, and totally different situation in the patient number 2. So you cannot compare two patients just by the A1C alone. Now, this is a beautiful article in Indian Journal of Endocrinology that has listed almost every reasons that why someone can have falsely elevated or falsely low A1C than what you would expect from a mean glucose. And in Indian situation, I would say iron deficiency, not just the anemia, having a just iron deficiency can increase the A1C by a tune of 1%. Compared to someone who do not have iron deficiency. And in my experience, I have treated a lot of people with the iron and their A1C dropped by 1% or 1.5%. Not changing the diabetes therapy, but just giving iron supplements. Now, there are many other drugs or many other reasons can also change your A1C or give you a falsely elevated or falsely low A1C that we should keep in our mind. I wrote this article in 2010. I just found out that yesterday. I totally forget about this article. This journal is not a great journal. That was not a peer reviewed at the time. So not surprised that people have read about this article, but I was a fellow in 2010. So 10 years back, I wrote about the article mentioning the same thing that I'm talking today. And nobody listened to me. So I just moved from India to US and now I'm giving a talk about that, right? It's just a joke. Don't take that seriously. So what is the better option than A1C? Is fructosamine or glycated albumin is better? My answer is no. If you are doing that, don't do that. It's a waste of money. I'm not going to talk about that because that's not my topic today, but I'll be happy to discuss that further during Q&A session. Then I'm going to talk about the CGM matrix. What about CGM matrix as an alternative to A1C? And yesterday, there were really wonderful speakers spoke about the AGP. So I'm not going to detail that. But again, remember AGP is an ambulatory glucose profile that gives you a statistics on the top panel, that how many days that you're using CGM, what is the mean glucose, what is an estimated A1C. I believe that you guys use the estimated A1C in India. We use the GMI, that's a glucose management indicator in the US. Both are not exactly the same. These are two different logistic regression formulas. Estimated A1C formula came from a David Nathan's research, which was published in New England Journal back. And this GMI formula was developed by Roy Back at Tampa. They are slightly different, but the correlation between two is almost like 0.9, so that's really good. Then time in range, that was again discussed yesterday, so I'm going to keep that part. And then it gives you an overall picture about the median glucose that's shown in a black line here. I'm a visual person. I like that kind of how up and down that glucose going, and whether it's in a target range or it's going above or below that target range. So it's kind of a more visual chart in the AGP. And then a lot of experts sat in a really nice hotel in a room and discussed about that. If we are using CGM every day in a clinic, there should be some normative data. There should be something like we call it that these are clinical targets. Otherwise, everybody will use different targets. There will not be any consensus, and it will create a lot of confusion. And probably that's very important in the research side. And Dr. Banshi Saboo was one of these expert in this panel. And again, this was already covered yesterday by a lot of speakers. So I'm going to speak that very fast and skip some of the aspect. But they recommended that your time in range, that's a 70 to 180 milligram per deciliter, should be about 70% or higher without much hypoglycemia. It should not be greater than 5% of hypoglycemia, which is less than 70 milligram per deciliter. And 70% came from Roy's paper, and then Bob Vygotsky, he also spoke about that yesterday. Wonderful lectures. It's because that 70% correlates with an A1C of about close to 7%. Now pay attention here in this column number 3. The 95% confidence interval for A1C is a 5.6 to 8.3. I'm going to come to that in a minute. So if someone has a 70% glucose in a time in range, that person can have an A1C anywhere between 5.8 to 8.3. So wide variation in the A1C with the same time in range. And I will talk about that, why one of the reasons I will highlight that. They also spoke about the coefficient of variation. That's the way of measuring glycemic variability. That should be about 36% or less. 36% came from data from a Munier that was published in Diabetes Care 3 years back. He divided the people with type 2 diabetes on multiple oral medications or insulin and type 1 diabetes, put them on iPro. You guys are familiar with the iPro. That's a 3-day professional CGM by the Medtronic. He looked at the data of CGM, calculated the CV for each of these patients, excuse me, and then looked at that who are the people who have a higher risk of hypoglycemia. So people who had an CV of greater than 36% had a higher risk of hypoglycemia in his study. And that's how he said that 36% is a cutoff. But that's the only one study. And there are a lot of limitations, which I will discuss probably later on. So I highlighted that the A1C is not the best. Then I spoke about the CGM, some of the good things about the CGM and the AGP. And now I'm going to talk about that the CGM metrics are not the best either. And why? So remember one thing is that the definition of time in range, that's a 70 to 180 milligram per deciliter. It's based on consensus, meaning by that all these expert panels sitting in a room discussing about what should be the range. It's not based on any evidences. And similarly, the time above range and time below range are also based on the consensus, not based on the evidences. Now, let me ask you this totally different, weird question. What is the normal range of TSH? That's a thyroid stimulating hormone. Okay, it depends on your laboratory, but let's say 0.4 to 4. How do you come up with that normal range? So what you do is that you survey the population, let's say 100 people, you do TSH on everybody, and then you define that the 95% of the people, if they come within that range, that becomes a normal range. Only 5% of the people should be outside that range, right? So if the TSH is 0.4 to 4% or 4, that means 95% of the normal people should have between that 0.4 to 4. Now, if I want to say the same thing for the time in range, that what should be the normal time in range? Do we have any data about surveying a normal, healthy general population? Yes, we do. And you probably know this guy. That's the first author here. That's me. We did CGM in number of healthy individuals. We did an islet antibody to make sure that they don't have a prediabetes. We did A1C strict criteria less than 5.7. We put the Dexcom G6 on everybody. We had a very strict, everybody got Fitbit to record their physical activity. We gave them a food diary and everything to note their food and everything. Sleep pattern, so that we know that this is the sleep time for this person. And this was done from the age 2 to 80. So across all different age group. 96% of normal healthy population has a glucose between 70 to 140. So now, if you want to really define time in range, it should be 70 to 140, not 70 to 180. Why we didn't define that? The reason is that even with the 70 to 180, people are, so if you try to set up very high standard, most people will fail. And it won't look good on a paper, right? So that's why we defined it like a 70 to 180. But the 70 to 180 is more of a based on a consensus rather than the evidences, as I said earlier. The second thing is the TIR also has its own problem. Now, I'm going to highlight that by hypothetically patient 1, patient A, has 100% in normal range. All the glucose are perfectly within 70 to 180. But the mean glucose is 168. That would translate to the A1C of about 7.6. Versus you have a patient B, that person also has 100% time in range. That's all glucose number between 70 to 180. But the mean glucose is 130, which will translate the A1C into 6.8. Now, the international consensus says that the patient should have a goal of 70% in time in range. But 70%, someone can have an A1C of 6, or someone can have an A1C of even 8%. So just do not rely on a TIR without looking at different metrics, like, for example, mean glucose. Number 3, the TIR is not validated. Meaning by that, for example, the A1C has been validated in DCCT, UKPDS. It's a good marker that gives you an idea about the microvascular complication. It predicts the microvascular complication. That's not the case with the TIR. So Roy Beck looked at the DCCT data. In a DCCT, people did a 7-point SMPG profile. So every 3 months, they will be coming to the research visit. Prior to coming to the research visit, they were given a task to do 7 glucose measurements for 2 consecutive days before coming to that research visit. And that people have done for about median of 10 years. So thousands of data. And he tried to compare that SMBG-based TIR with the microvascular complication. And again, the speaker spoke about that. One of the speakers spoke about that yesterday. So I'm going to skip that part. However, remember that in DCCT, people did not use CGM. It was SMBG-based TIR. And SMBG-based TIR is very different than the CGM-based TIR. Now, why it's like that? Because I will give you an example. Most people would like to test when their blood glucose is high or their blood glucose is low because they get symptoms. And when they get the symptoms, they will probably try to test it. So on SMBG, you are actually taking those very high or very low glucose values more frequently into the account. So the TIR will be skewed compared to the CGM. So again, at least the Roy Beck attempted about this part, but again, we need a lot of research before we can say that the TIR is validated matrix. Fourth point is that the TIR can be influenced by the CGM type. Okay, and Dr. Jyoti Deva was asking about the MARD. So I thought that let me put this slide. So I included this slide just like a few hours before. So I took a screenshot from Libre and the Dexcom's official US website. Okay, both are saying that their MARD is 9%. They are almost the same. But the MARD is like an A1C. It does not provide you much details. So here is the concordance table, and I will give you what is this concordance table? Meaning by that, when we try to look at the accuracy of CGM in a research, what we do is that we have patients coming in our infusion center or CTRC. We put the cannula in. We put the hot pad so that we have an arterialized venous glucose. And we check the CGM glucose and pair that with the gold standard way of measuring glucose. That's called as YSI, Yellow Spring Instrument. Every 5 minutes for the entire day for multiple days. So it's a humongous amount of data and a lot of effort goes into the validating CGM or looking at the CGM accuracy. In this table, on the top panel, it's a YSI glucose. That's a gold standard glucose. In the column on my left side, that's the CGM glucose. So this is the Dexcom G6. If your glucose is 40 to 60 milligram per deciliter in YSI, 70% of the time, highlighted in a red, your Dexcom G6 says you are in a 40 to 60 milligram per deciliter. So meaning by that, the gold standard and the CGM are matching by about 70% of the time. Still, 30% can be wrong, right? Here is the Libre 1, not Libre 2. Libre 2 has improved in accuracy a lot, and they are now almost like a Dexcom. But look at that. If you are 40 to 60 milligram per deciliter by YSI, only 25% of the time, the Libre will say you are actually at between 40 to 60. 50% of the time, it's under reading. So if your glucose is 80, it will say 60. Okay. Why it matters? And I will give you a real life example here. This patient was in a study, had a Dexcom G6 and the Libre 1 inserted at the same time for 10 days. Same person doing the same thing every day, 2 different CGM. On my left side, that's a Dexcom Clarity download. You can see that the time in range is about 60% and mean glucose is 148. The percentage low, that's the time that is spent below 70 milligram per deciliter, is about 10%. 10% is a lot, right? Because the guideline says you should be about 5% or below. Now look at the Libre download. Same person again, same time period. Okay, everything is controlled. The mean glucose is not very different. It's a 141. Time in range is again not very different. It's a 55 compared to 60% in Dexcom. Look at the hypoglycemia, 20%. Now 20% versus 10% hypoglycemia, that's like a lot different, right? It will change your management, the way that you're gonna probably change the basal bolus therapy and all these things. So what I'm trying to highlight here is that number one, the MARD, it's mainly a marketing tool. So don't pay just attention to MARD. It's a good matrix, but it's not a complete metric. You have to think about either percentage 15-15 or percentage 20-20 or a concordance rate between the YSI and CGM glucose. And the CGMs are very different in their accuracy at the hypoglycemia, normoglycemia, and hyperglycemia. So if they are different, your time in range will be different, right? So the time in range is influenced by what kind of a CGM that you are using. Is that enough to tell you that the time in range has a lot of problems? I guess so, right? But the perfection itself is an enemy of good and progress. So nothing is perfect in the world of diabetes. Our goal should not be trying to be perfect. Our goal is to be more philosophical here and think about how you can improve the patient's diabetes management, taking into all different metrics in account. Just do not rely only on one matrix. So concluding my talk is that remember our enemy is glucose, not the A1C or a CGM matrix. Ultimately, we want to manage the patient's glucose profile. A1C is a still validated matrix for at least predicting microvascular complication. It's a good tool for research and therapeutic developments. But when you treat the patient in a clinic, don't rely on A1C alone. Think beyond A1C, like what I talked about, CGM, AGP profile, time in range, time above range, and time below range. And these metrics are really useful to make some meaningful decision to improve the patient's glycemic control and the quality of life. But again, each individual metric has its own problem, and you have to take that with a pinch of salt. With that, I will end my talk. Sorry for exceeding probably for 5 to 6 minutes more than allocated time. This is the University of Colorado, and then highlighted here a very small building that you cannot see. That's the Barbara Davis Center here, and what we do, everything about type 1 diabetes. With that, I will hand over to the moderator and will be happy to take more questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Viral. I think this was an excellent presentation, eye-opener really. And we'll open up the session for questions. Let me start the ball rolling with you, Dr. Viral. You left us more confused than sorted. So if we have to really look at ideal monitoring that we need to do for a patient to see that, is this patient at goal? In your own clinical practice, how would you monitor the patient and say that, okay, this patient is in good control? So what, parameters would you really say that, okay, this is what I'm going to use in my clinical practice? So that should be the take-home message for an average practitioner in India.
So great question. And I told you that I'm going to confuse you. So that means I did my job. I look at the CGM matrix, of course. I do not rely only on A1C. In a CGM matrix, as I said earlier, that the time in range, yes, I do follow the international consensus and whatever Dr. Banshi Saboo says. I don't disagree with Dr. Saboo at all. But I take that with a pinch of salt and try to make an individual goal for my patient. Like, for example, I will give you an example. 28-year-old guy, young, healthy, type 2 diabetes, just on a metformin. I don't really think about the time in range as 70 to 180. I think about 70 to 140 for that guy and probably try to have an A1C of about 6% without much hypoglycemia. Other way around, if I see a patient with type 1 diabetes, 65, 70-year-old with all multiple complication, cognitive decline, I look at time in range as 100 to 200. Okay. So even though the international consensus is a 70 to 180, we have to individualize the goal for our patient. Our first duty is not doing any harm, right? So in some patient, I would try to be very, very aggressive in managing diabetes, versus in some patient, I would be more relaxing in managing diabetes. Sometimes it's a quality of life is more important than just the metrics that we discussed, right? So to answer your question precisely, that it's complex. Your clinical judgment is the best. Take all these metrics into the account, individualize them, and deliver that to your patient.
Viral, in that metrics, in that consensus, what was there that those patients who are elderly, those who have, the type 1 and with multiple comorbidity, the target was more than 50% they should try to achieve between 70 to 180. And the idea was there that they should have less and less hypoglycemia. So that, they should never go, even that 1% which is allowed in a normal patient, maybe below 54, that should not go in these elderly patients or those who have comorbidities. But I fully agree, and we should individualize the case. And as you are rightly saying that CGM and HbA1c, both we should try to complement each other rather than just to depend on one. But, from Indian perspective, I want to ask you one thing, that we don't have many patients who are on continuous glucose monitor, or like they are using Dexcom or even continuous glucose monitoring by any other method. And we don't have many type 1 diabetic patients also on monitor. We do use regularly for our type 2 diabetic patients, and that too maybe intermittently we are using their continuous glucose monitoring after 3 months or 4 months or 6 months. And we just try to find out in those 14 days how much time the person is remaining in the range. And just, we try to get that, whatever the medication which we are giving, is it causing more hypoglycemia, and sometimes is it causing more hyperglycemia? And then we try to complement it with getting A1C. And if it comes around, the less than 7, 7.5 or 6.5, depending on what type of medication which we are giving, we are okay with that. So, I fully agree with that, and we individualize the case. But still, I want to take your opinion that how we should, do the CGM for type 2 diabetic patients who may be on oral anti-diabetic agents and who may be on oral anti-diabetic along with insulin.
So great question, Dr. Saboo. And again, this is a complex question, right? Because the cost is the issue here in Indian situation. But I came in January in Ahmedabad to deliver a talk at your Insulin Nation. And very much surprised that there are so many Starbucks in India nowadays. At my time, there was not a single Starbucks. So I went to the Starbucks. The normal tea that generally we have like in shop would be about 10 rupees. In a Starbucks, it's a 120 rupees. And that's a larger cup. So people are very interested in go to the Starbucks and have one coffee, right? Tea. I just feel like if you have a 10 teas in 3 months, that's going to be 1,200, which is equivalent to a Libre. Libre is 1,800 rupees, right? You know better than me. Probably I may be off in my math. If you can skip 10 Starbucks tea, that's equal to 1 Libre. And that will give you probably a lot more information than anything else. So using just the Libre for 2 weeks prior to coming in clinic would be a lot more information than just the A1C. And I think it's also a perception problem, right? A lot of people, another thing that I was fascinated in Ahmedabad, Dr. Saboo, is that the life starts after 11 p.m. in Ahmedabad. There is a place where you get a sandwich of different kinds. It was very interesting because it was a jet lag for me. So I woke up at like 2 a.m. and I went to that place. I forget the name. Each sandwiches are like 400 rupees, okay? 500 rupees. And people are lined up to eat that. So it needs to change the mentality that if they can spend 500 rupees for one sandwich at 2 a.m., they should be able to spend 200 rupees for a Libre. That can change that person's life, right? And I think that's our job too, to explain that part. So I think it's a bi-directional.
I fully agree with
Sanjay, Banshi, if I can ask a question. Viral, great presentation. I've already expressed that, and thanks for, again, raising doubts on all these metrics, and completely agree that it has to be looked in totality, a clinical decision, the person in front of you, and then all these metrics. My question, Viral, is like for HbA1c, we have already documented differences between different races and different factors influencing the HbA1c. Do you think interstitial fluid glucose also would have certain kind of influences or factors which may affect it?
You spoke to my heart because I raised this question 3 years back to Dr. Mohan, that we need to do a study in India. Now, Dr. Banshi Saboo, Dr. Chawla, Dr. Jyoti Deva take on this part. This time in range has been validated from 3 studies. Or actually, the GMI and overall concept came from 3 studies. The Replace BG study, which I was a part of, fortunate to be a part of that. The Abbott Freestyle Libre study that we did in African American to see the differences in A1C compared to the whites. And I'm not coming up with the 3rd study's name, but anyway, all 3 studies, the majority were Caucasian whites. The only one study that included African American, that was 50% African American, 50% were whites, right? So only 2 races are included in all the development of metrics. Now, if you think back about when I was in a PGI Chandigarh, we looked into the A1C as what should be the diagnostic cutoff for A1C in Indian population. It's not same as what ADA recommends, okay? You can go back into the JCNM, again, read that paper. So similarly, probably if you do that, all 4 centers, 5 centers, collect all the CGM profiles and the A1C done at the same time, 18 months, and then make your own study and see what would be the correlation comes out to be. I think it will be different. Not because that the interstitial fluid will be very different, but it's because that it's just the racial differences in different things.
Great. So that's the population-based difference that you're talking about. I was also asking Viral, like examples, factors like vitamin C, etc., which have been known to influence otherwise the A1Cs. Do you think there are other factors which are actually influencing the lag or the difference between interstitial fluid glucose and plasma glucose?
So there are 2 ways to answer that question. There are 2 different kind of lags. One is, we call it a physiological lag. The physiological lag depends on the environment. Like, for example, if you take a hot shower, there will be more circulation, the difference or the lag will be reduced, right? Versus in Colorado, if you go outside in a ski in a minus temperature, the lag will be higher. So physiological lag, and there are multiple factors that can affect that physiological lag. And the second is the instrument lag itself. The Dexcom has a lag of about 4 minutes. The Medtronic has a lag of about 6 minutes approximately, right? That's a mean. Confidence interval may be different. So if you combine the physiological lag plus the instrument lag, now you're talking about 4 minutes plus about another 4 or 5 minutes. That's about 10 minutes, right?
10 minutes, yeah.
So you are absolutely right that there are a number of factors that can influence those lags and the way that the patient makes the decision. So for example, in my practice, and I think everybody in US does the same thing, once the patient reaches the hypoglycemia, don't look at the CGM for next 30 minutes, please. Because your CGM is gonna lag about 10 to 15 minutes. And during hypoglycemia, you have a vasoconstriction because of an adrenaline, which will again causes more physiological lag. So if the patient just looks at the CGM is still gonna say arrow down, arrow down, arrow down. Doesn't mean that the patient's glucose is not improving. The patient's glucose might have improved within like 5 minutes, but the instrument is gonna take that another 15 minutes to tell you that the glucose is improved. So yes, those minor things do matter in a clinical practice, and all physicians need to know those things.
Thank you, Viral. I think we're running out of time, but before I close this session, I just want one quick answer from you. What is the experience of using, AGP in critical patients in hospitals? So a nice use set of patients.
Yesterday also.
I will try to be as concise as possible because this is a really tough question. Number one, none of the CGMs are approved by the FDA to be used in an inpatient or ICU setting. Few studies have come out recently that Dexcom G6 and similarly Libre 2 is performing well in inpatient setting where the patient is not critical, patient is not in an ICU or not on a vasopressor agents. In those settings, nowadays, in the US, most of people are using CGM, but you have to take the CGM information with a pinch of salt there because it's not going to be 100% accurate.
Thank you so much.
Sanjay, I'll just add quickly to that. So I recently reviewed a paper for a hospital-based sensor. So Abbott has a hospital-based sensor, which is only currently they're piloting in China. And this is meant only for the hospital and critical care setting use. I don't know what happens ahead and whether this gets validated, but those are specific sensors based for hospital use.
And this is true even for glucose meters. Not all glucose meters are approved for an inpatient setting. Only 2 or 3 are approved for the inpatient and ICU setting. So if you use the Bayer contour, let's say in an inpatient or ICU setting, it's not going to be exactly same Bayer contour that you use in a clinic. So
I think
we have run out of time. We have run out of time.
There is one question for Dr. Chris, a quick question, because I just received it. So you have presented, anyway, after listening to Viral, probably SMPG is the only tool which is fairly accurate when comparing with CGM, compared with all the newer modalities. We are going back to the SMPG as the gold standard. And you have presented Gentile, which is painless. And you also mentioned about having just one prick, and then whole day you can have the sample from the same prick. So have you validated that? Do you have any publication on having only a single prick for day-long measurements?
We do have data that says when and how long on the average person it will take before the vacuum is no longer strong enough to pull the blood out. And there's 2 categories of that. One is when you just do it, and the other is if you slap and rub it, which rejuvenates the hole. So we have data for all of that. Of course, it depends on how quickly the blood clots. And it is patient to patient varied. So not everybody will be able to poke in the morning when they get up and draw blood all day long. A majority will, but there's going to be people that just clot too fast to have that happen. And I've had people that it will work for all day long who said, I don't care because it doesn't hurt anyway. So they don't want to bother. And the other thing is you have to know where you poked the last time as a disadvantage. You have to know where, if you try to draw blood and you miss the target of where you glanced the last time, of course you won't get blood.
Fine. In the preliminary studies, please, Sanjay. Please.
I think we should have to close the session in interest of time. And I'll thank you very much. Both the speakers have been so accurate and the talks have been very, very informative. I'm sure we have got a lot of take-home messages and we look forward to interact more in future. I hand this session back to Dr. Mithun for taking the next session forward.
Mithun, please invite for the next session chairperson.
Thank you, Sanjay. Thank you, Viral. Thank you for the excellent section. We now put our technology into up.
You've got to also introduce Dr. Sridhar in this session as the moderator. Yes.
Okay.
Reversing diabetes with digital twin. It's important to remember that high blood pressure is a symptom, not a disease. The actual disease is a damaged metabolism. Human metabolism is very complex and changes continuously. So far, the technology to accurately measure metabolism has not been available. So the best doctors could do is treat the symptom and not the actual disease, which is damaged metabolism, making diabetes a lifelong disease with lifelong medication. Twin, a company based in the USA, has created a new technology called the Whole Body Digital Twin. With it, for the first time, we are able to measure metabolism and help doctors heal it. Once the root cause, that is the damaged metabolism, is healed, diabetes is successfully reversed. sugar normalizes, and the doctors can confidently reduce medicines and eventually stop them. Digital twin uses Internet of Things and artificial intelligence. It receives over 3,000 health data points from the body using FDA-approved sensors. It also receives data from 5 blood tests covering 107 parameters. The sensors and the detailed blood work, along with daily food and exercise logs from the participants, helps Twin create an accurate visual representation of the person. Within the first 30 days, the digital twin starts to learn not just the form of your body, but also its function. With artificial intelligence at play, Twin gathers a deep understanding of metabolic malfunctions among similar body types. Using all health data points, Digital Twin does trillions of computations to map and measure a person's unique metabolism, making it possible to prescribe a precise treatment plan. The Twin app suggests precision nutrition while actively tracking its impact to produce reliable patient records. Twin's precision nutrition is not just a diet. It is a scientifically formulated nutrition plan to repair and heal damaged metabolism based on an optimal combination of macro, micro, and biota nutrients. The digital twin understands exactly what type of nutrition is required to heal your metabolism. Typically, 70% of the food recommended by digital twin is what you normally eat. The rest 30% food is replaced with something palatable for you. Twin Precision Treatment is a healing program and not a dietary program. Type 2 diabetes patients are highly likely to be intolerant to some food. With Twin, as their metabolism heals and the body becomes tolerant to more foods, it gets included in their recommended nutrition plan. With the Twin mobile app, patients can see their health progress every day, making it an immersive, personalized, and easy-to-follow experience. Top endocrinologists and diabetologists in major Indian cities are offering the Twin Diabetes Reversal Program to successfully normalize sugars and stop medication for their patients. To know more about the digital twin technology, visit www.twinhealth.com.
Thank you. Back after the break. It gives me great pleasure to move on to the next session. We've had a nerve-wracking session with a lot of thoughts-provoking sessions by Chris and Dr. Viral. We now move on to something which is contemporary, something which is coming up, which is electronic medical record. And to take us forward to this session, we invite the three chairpersons, Professor Srinivas Murthy, Bangalore. Professor Srinivas Murthy, Bangalore, is a consultant physician and diabetologist at the Life Care Hospital and Research Center, Bangalore. He's faced successful US FDA audit in the field of research. He's done a lot of audits of Canada, a lot of principal investigators in a lot of trial. He's the organizing committee of the National Conference of Physicians in APICON 2018. He's a life member of all the associations, but most importantly, he's an executive committee member of the National RSSDI. I invite Dr. Murthy. Chairing the session along with him is Dr. Pratap Jetwani. He is the fellow RSSDI and fellow Diabetes India. He's the honorary secretary, Gujarat State Chapter of RSSDI, past tutor for the postgraduate diploma for diabetes course in Leicester. He's a section editor in a lot of textbooks. He's the immediate past president of the Association of Physicians of Rajkot. Most importantly, again, he's the executive committee member of the National RSSDI Society. I invite the chairpersons, and along with him, sharing the stage is Dr. Sandeep, Dr. Sridhar, who's going to be chairing the session alongside them. I ask the chairpersons to kindly take the session forward.
I just want to mention a bit about Dr. Sridhar. We included him because he's come up with a wonderful paper on electronic medical records, his experience of the last 30 years. And we thought that probably he's the best person to be part of this entire session because his inputs would be very valuable to the Indian population. So welcome Dr. Sridhar to this program.
Thank you, Mithun, for the kind words. I think good morning to all. I welcome Dr. Pratap and Dr. Sridhar as well. I think we have two important topics. One is about EMR and the other one is about managing healthy communities with collaboration of the data. I invite Dr. Pratap to introduce the first speaker, please.
So it is privileged to introduce Mr. Sandeep Balakrishnan, who is CEO and co-founder of One Glass Technologies. He is graduate in mathematics and he has done masters in information technology. He's got 20 years of experience in healthcare domain and he is recipient of Diabetes Innovation Award. And he will be talking about EMR, why it is must for every practice. Over to you, Mr. Sandeep.
So request the speakers to stick on to the time as we are about 12 minutes behind the schedule, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. A happy morning to all the delegates attending this conference, and my sincere thanks to the organizing committee for giving me this opportunity. Electronic medical records, yes, it is a must and it is not a choice anymore. I would like to share the screen. So in my experience in the last 9 years with my company One Glance, dealing with diabetes specialty, meeting 2,000 plus doctors, I have prepared this speech. So can you just move to the next slide, please? Yes, the pre-COVID scenario, which I call it as a Superman scenario, where it's always been that patients have to come to clinic to get the treatment. And keeping patient records was not the responsibility of the care provider, but it was the responsibility of the patients. And handwritten prescription was always considered as the trademark of a doctor. And using software in practice was considered a waste of time, because partly it was because of the substandard softwares available in the market, which doesn't understand how the doctor's mind works, and it was prepared like an accountant in mind. So this was the scenario pre-COVID. Now COVID happened, it was like more of an empty shop scenario. Clinics were closed due to lockdown, patients no show for fear of infection, and doctors getting quarantined. So clinics which did not maintain any patient data were like completely, handicapped. They couldn't inform their patients about their availability, and they didn't know how to progress and help their patients for treatments. Of course, there were like few online applications available, but still there was no medical data context available for doctors to deal more authentically. So what's the next move? The next move is the...
Sandeep, I think your slides are not moving.
Yeah.
So which slide you're seeing now?
Your first slide is not moved.
Your
Sandeep.
slides are not showing up. Yeah.
Can you change? We are not able to see your slide.
So you're seeing the pre-COVID?
No. Your first slide only, it's stuck.
Yeah.
You can see your photograph slide.
Okay.
Can you stop sharing and reshare, please?
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
Is it visible?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, please go ahead. Slideshow.
Is it visible?
Yeah.
Yes. Now
Okay.
it is visible.
Thank you so much. The pre-COVID scenario was what I had mentioned. It's the Superman scenario, I call it as. Then during the COVID, what happened, we all know. And those clinics which did not maintain the medical records were totally handicapped without knowing how to contact their patients, how their patients also was not able to contact their doctors. So now coming to the actual scenario, everybody have realized now digital is the way to go forward. So what to expect from a digital diabetes practice? The minimum requirements are like it needs to have an EMR, plus it needs to have a facility to do remote practice from home for doctors. And those remote practice should be able to support video call, text chat, and audio call. Again, some places where you don't have internet, you should be able to do phone calls, but without revealing the doctor's mobile number. And also be able to receive payments online. While doing all these things, we also know that there is a low patients flow, and hence the revenue also come down. So there is a way we need to look at reducing the cost of the clinic operations. So by implementing a digital strategy, we can also reduce the cost of running the clinic, where it can take care of 70% of the reception's responsibilities. Our go-to strategy is first is implementing a good EMR in the practice and enabling patients to book online appointment, facilitate online payments, and enable paperless sharing of medical documents such as prescriptions, lab reports, bills, and also get documents from patients through online in terms of their lab reports, and then provide a teleconsultation facility. Now, to start with EMR, What does an EMR bring to the practice? Yes, first thing is it helps you save time. This is a classical case in the diabetes scenario. 65% of your patient visits are coming for review visits, where if they are on good control, it's mostly the same treatment you want to write. So there are a lot of rewriting of same prescription, which is a redundant activity. Software can help you save time, 50% of your time in these activities. Automatic SMS reminders. This helps patient review visit improve by 20%. This is a proven fact. Many studies have also clearly shown this. So by using softwares, the automatic SMS reminders can be sent. Simple and easy view of patient's medical history in one single screen saves a lot of time for you, which otherwise you'll be spending in shifting through patient's medical records. Automatic translation of patient's prescription helps a lot for the patient. And if you have a clinic with multiple departments like pharmacy, lab, yes, with little time you can spend, get revenue, stock portions, everything. And then finally, by having the data captured in a structured way, you can always use it for your scientific presentation. Some of the trend analysis that you can do from an EMR system is this: the important lab parameters you can view over a period of time and figure out like the same treatment which has worked in the past, but now if it's not working, then it is not always related to the treatment, but it could also be related to the patient's lifestyle or stress, which this will give you a clear idea and you will be able to easily probe. So here again, you save a lot of time rather than shifting through the whole set of reports. And a simple printed prescription like this, which is very clear and easily understood by the patient, goes a long way. Patient need not be explained again and again about how to take these medicines. They are like, they can easily understand. And this can also be shared digitally as a PDF document to the patient's mobile. And they can also again share it with their pharmacist and purchase the medicine. So it all goes into the touchless technology. And translating prescription also has had a huge impact with many patients who were not able to read English and they were dependent on their children or somebody else to explain them about the prescription, when to take, how to take and all. So this is a very good feature which the EMR softwares provide, where automatically the instructions are translated into different languages. Now, with the EMR, integrating a telemedicine becomes a more powerful and potent tool for handling the current scenario. And going forward, I think this will be part of any practice. So an EMR with an attached video, voice, and chat consultation facility will be an ideal option. And sometimes even patient mobile app is very useful. But patient mobile app should not be a mandatory thing for the patient, because many mobiles, the apps may not get installed. So the patient should be able to still join the video consultation with an SMS link or make payment through a SMS link. And sometimes sharing bills and the prescription on the patient's WhatsApp from your EMR or through email is also a useful feature. This all can be explored. A sample screen where, let's say, you have an EMR and you are able to see the complete data of this patient in the EMR. Along with that, if you are able to just quickly get the patient on a video call, how easy it would be. So this is how an EMR with the teleconsultation will benefit you. You can just still be in touch with your patient, do the consultation with just your iPad or a Samsung Galaxy Tab or a laptop. All will happen if you can have a proper EMR in place, and your patients can comfortably get in touch with you from their home with their mobile phones. From the patient side experience, they don't need to download an app also. Just they get an SMS with a link, they click and they join, like a Zoom link, they are able to join with you for a video consultation. An EMR integrated with a mobile app. Now, what does a mobile app bring to the table? Yes, it addresses the following challenges for elderly and for elderly patients: the rising travel cost, inability to travel, young patients who are busy, not able to come regularly to clinics. So mobile app gives them a context of their medical data, history, everything is available in their mobile app, which is captured at the clinic by the doctor and their support team. And for GDM patients, again, it is very useful. They need not travel to the clinic on frequent basis. And parents of type 1 children also can do chat consultation with their doctors whenever they need, to take care of all the doubts and anxiety issues. So the mobile app gives data like this for the patients to access their prescription and other important diagnoses, like a summary. This again, the data, whatever doctor wishes to share with the patient, only that will be available for the patient, not all data. And there are also the lab reports the patients can access in an historical way. And patient also gets to have a module where they can record their SMPG values on a regular basis. and they can also see the graphical trends and table trends and still post it to their doctor like once in 3 days or 7 days for review. This is especially useful for those patients who are initiated on an insulin therapy in the initial days. This becomes very useful for them. So this data directly gets integrated with the EMR. And then any payment option that we provide should have various options like credit card facilities, UPI, wallets, EMI. So patients will feel it comfortable and they make the payments very easily. Then choosing the right software for your practice. Yes. Go with an EMR software company which is established and check for the reference with your peer groups. That definitely happens now also. Look at the company track records, look at their operations. If they are pan-India, then their experience will be that much good and their learnings also will be that much good from their clients. So accordingly, the software would have also got matured. And go for a cloud software because nowadays we have good internet connections, reliable connections, and cloud is something which will help you scale. And given the current situation, you can access from wherever you want, whichever place. For the patients also, it becomes so convenient. And having it in cloud helps you integrate your telemedicine data and EMR data together. And in terms of data security, yes, very important thing. You should get all your doubts clarified with the software provider and how they handle it and how they address various scenarios. Pay the right price for the quality product. Looking at having all-in-one solution, especially for diabetes clinics which has multiple departments like pharmacy, pathology. Definitely an all-in software will improve the efficiency of clinic functioning. Now coming to the government side steps, we have seen a lot of measures from MCI guidelines which says the prescription has to be in capital letters, the generic name has to be put, and a lot of pollution control related steps have been taken. So, and that also has a point saying medical records needs to be maintained at the OPD clinics also. So, if we are looking at these kind of guidelines coming up and tomorrow if it becomes a rule, it should not be a sudden thing for us to shift. So, starting an EMR practice now is always useful because the direction is very clear that it is going to head in that direction where clinics have the responsibility of maintaining their patients' records. So yes, every hero may not be a doctor, but every doctor is definitely a hero for us. And it's been proved during this COVID scenario. You have sacrificed your health safety and your family safety and helped patients. So thank you so much. This is what I have for the presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Sandeep.
Yes, sir.
Thank you for finishing in time and taking us through that why EMR is must for everyone. That is the need or essential part of a clinic nowadays in the COVID scenario. So we will move on to the second talk, and I will invite Dr. Srinivasa Murthy to introduce our second speaker, Mr. Anand Deshpande.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. I think we'll move on to the next topic, which is most important scenario again, and also for our future, better future, that's managing healthy communities needs a data collaboration. To talk on this, we have Mr. Anand Deshpande, who's a founder, chairman, and MD of Persistent Systems since its inception, and is responsible for the overall leadership, strategy, and management of the company. I'm sure all of you can read his credential, but the best one, what I saw, that he has been recognized by his alma mater, that is IIT Kharagpur, as a distinguished alumnus in 2012. And I think that's the best reward one of us can get by our own teachers and by our own institute. And he's been in the numerous positions at various professional and non-profit organizations. That is shows his intention and interest that he wants to work towards the society. And he's a founding member of this iSpirit, which is India's first product think bank, which started with the vision of creating a vibrant entrepreneurial ecosystem in India. I think that is what shows his vision. So over to you, sir.
Hello, it's a real pleasure. Let me get my screen up and give me a second. Do you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Yes, we do.
Okay, so let me first start by, let me make my slides move, just 1 second. Okay, so first, I'd like to thank you for inviting me here to the RSSDI event. And I also want to take this opportunity to thank all of you who are doing a wonderful job in this context of the COVID. It's clearly a difficult time for many of the doctors. And I want to take this moment to thank you all for the work you do. As was mentioned in the introduction, I'm a rank outsider as far as this community is concerned. I'm not a medical doctor at all, but I work on data ecosystems quite a bit, and I've been doing it for the last 30 years. And I thought I got invited here partly because I've been bouncing some ideas and working on a project with Dr. Sanjay Agarwal. And he thought it would be good for me to share some of my perspectives on this. I do a lot of work around data at large, as what we call it, where it's not just about one individual and his data, but looking at ecosystems of data and how we can put that together. As was mentioned, I've been the founder, chairman, managing director of Persistent Systems. Persistent is a $500 million business. We have about 11,000 plus employees. And we do a lot of work for US companies mainly, and also many of the providers. And I have a list of some of them here. And we've been working with many research labs as well. And I'm going to share with you a little bit about our experience from having worked with various US research labs, and we have some products as well. But I'm not going to spend too much time on that. I want to start by the summary of what I want to discuss today, and I would love to use this as a brainstorming opportunity and then even follow up with any questions you might have beyond that. So first point I want to make is that unlike many other diseases, and this is something I'm telling people who already know this, that it takes a village to manage a diabetes. Basically, it's not something that one person can manage on their own. Every individual is unique. We need active monitoring of individual longitudinal data. It is not about managing episodes and specific symptoms. So this makes the data and the importance of data very different in managing diabetes as compared to any other diseases. The second point I want to make, and this is because we are talking to the Society for Study of Diabetes in India, and I'm sure you are watching this, every day we are learning new science, and our understanding of the disease is
Anand, you're frozen.
Hello.
I think it's frozen.
I think, yeah, there is some problem with the link. That is what.
Let me try and get to him.
If it doesn't move ahead, you'll have to stop sharing and reshare again.
Yeah.
So the issue is, I think he lost his connectivity.
Yeah, he is not able to hear also. That is all.
Can the admin stop sharing?
Hardik, can you call him?
Yes, I'm doing.
Sanjay is doing that.
Any questions regarding the EMR?
Why don't you take some Q&A till it
Yeah. We will invite Professor Sridhar for his comments regarding EMR, how useful it is in clinical practice.
You are mute, Dr. Sridhar. Yes, sir.
So you could call me a grandfather of the EMR. I started in 1992.
Oh.
So that was well behind the COVID, well behind teleconsult, well behind big data and artificial intelligence. So basically, the most critical part for those of you who want to use the EMR is you must know how much of data you want to capture and how you want to capture. Because recording data is one part. Speaking with the patient and collecting data is more important. So rather than the software person, there is more responsibility on the physician or the doctor to tell the software person how much of data and to what detail that is necessary. Suppose you see only 6 patients a day. You could spend an hour and a half on each patient, then the structure will be different. But if you have a large OPD of almost 40 or 50 or 60 patients, you need to tailor your EMR so that you can capture the essential data. So the important point is to capture the data in an analyzable form. So one of my friend, he used to write a case sheet in hand scan it, and then store it. It was available as a record, but if you want to use it, that's not the way to really go about. So that's very, very important. And you should have a method by which you can speak to the patient, and at the same time, you should be able to capture the data. Otherwise, patients may think that this doctor will only look at the screen, he doesn't bother about us. Even if the patient doesn't think like that, your competitors will tell him, don't go to him, he'll only look at his screen, he won't really bother about you. And at the end of the day, even if you have a very simple electronic medical record, data is the gold. They say that data is the new oil. If you have a data of 20,000 patients, even if it is elementary, name, age, sex, from which place they come, in a form that is easily analyzable, you will be able to use it for a variety of factors. And,
Dr. Sridhar, sorry to interfere. I think
no, fine, that's fine.
We will continue after the session, sir.
I'm sorry, I got a little of a technology glitch here.
Yes,
kind of embarrassing for a tech person here, but no, I understand. Let me, so I'm at a different place today, but just let me quickly, I'll try to make up time. So today's healthcare, unfortunately, as you all are aware, has become a sick care problem, because we see 70% of our health depends on lifestyle and environment, 20% on genetics, and some to the access to the care. But 88% of our expense is spent on the medicines and other things that contribute to a very small percentage. So this alignment between the importance of healthcare and sick care is sort of not getting done very well. So essentially, again, as you would know, when you sort of are young, by and large, you're healthy, you start off with very little touch required. Then you sort of get to a point at a middle age where you start to see certain problems in your life, and then you need more medication, and then eventually you need a lot more medication. And most of the medication or the healthcare support tends to be on the sick side of it. I think the real opportunity is to see this point at which you move from no touch to low touch. How do you identify the onset of diabetes, and how do you extend this period of low touch treatment so that you are able to get that treatment, that period to go as long as possible, and hence one, extending life, and also reducing the cost of medications in the lifestyle. And one of the problems that we have in this context is that when you look at the economics of how we treat people who have just reached that point of being off normal, we find that symptoms and economics and how you would treat someone is not very aligned, because clearly the doctors are better invested in treating the sicker patients, and these ones don't really generate enough economic value. On the other hand, there is so they end up going to smaller doctors or people who are not necessarily well equipped. And with the changes that we see in the protocol, we really run into issues because they are treating people on the basis of science they would have learned many years back. So this adherence of compliance really becomes an issue. And as we know more and more, clinical data, phenotypes, activity data, environment data, all of these kinds of things are important, and we need to manage them together. So I'm trying to advocate that beyond just an EMR, we really need to think of something broader and not just focus on an individual's episodical activities that happen. And the basis of some of the work that I'm sharing with you is the work that we've been working with Partners Healthcare. Partners Healthcare is based out of Boston, and they are a premier health facility in the eastern side of the US. And it's based out of Harvard and Brigham and Women's and some of the other people. And one of the things that we've been working with them is to look at these kinds of lifestyle diseases by looking at a cohort of patients, collecting data against a large number of them, clustering them into groups which have similar properties, and then getting the system to prescribe specific monitoring paradigms and activities for that cohort of patients and managing them across the lifestyle and the life cycle of these patients. So instead of necessarily getting into a situation where we are working in a model where you have preset ideas on how you're going to treat a patient when they come to it, the clinic as such has information about a large number of patients at the same time, and then they are able to, through the machines, prescribe or at least monitor patients and then look at deviations that need to be dealt with. So you are moving from something which may be traditionally sort of reactive health, where you say when you are sick, you go to the doctor, to sort of proactive health, where the system comes back to you and reminds you if you are a little bit off the main chart. So with a similar model, we have been trying to see how to work with RSSDI and see something similar can be done. And in February 2020, we ran a survey which some of you would have participated on, the use of EMR and how many people use EMR and some of those kinds of things. So I think by and large, while some people thought it was not useful, by and large, most people felt that this was an important thing to use. Many of you, or rather most of you, are using the EMR in some form or the other, but do find that we don't have enough infrastructure, or it's too costly, or it's too complicated to maintain. So while the EMR's importance is not lost, I think the simplicity and the ease of use of the EMR and making it more all-pervasive is something that needs to be worked on. And then doctors are likely to and are willing to share data as such, but they don't have a nice way to do this, and there needs to be some protocols defined on how privacy and other things need to be managed. So data sharing is very critical, and this is something that we need to figure out a way to work this. And by and large, we found that RSSDI doctors are extremely likely to adopt an EMR system that gave access to a larger database rather than just the patient data that they are dealing with on their own side. So I think this is very positive. With this in mind, we've been working on a model where we allow each individual to manage their own data. And for a person, when you're managing diabetes, they have to deal with all kinds of people, several kinds of doctors and specialists, and also nutritionists, exercise trainer, pharmacist, and all of that. And there is a lot of effort that needs to be done for managing your own personal data. So all of this data is essential for the doctor to be able to treat the patients effectively. So you need to have tools to manage your own lifestyle, and we've been working on various mechanisms to have the individual have control over their own data, whether it is wearables, personal assistant to manage health, food, and all of those kinds of things, blood sugar data that you get from a lab, and personal blood glucose tests that people might do. While you have your own data, the physician, depending on who you go to, should have more detailed access, not just to current data set, but also data that may have been collected outside my particular clinic. So how do you make sure that all the data for me is individually visible to the doctors across their life cycle? And we have been building out certain screens and models on how this should be done, and is it possible to identify aberrations very quickly rather than having to go through detailed charts. So some of this work is ongoing. And finally, you also want to make the physician's life simpler. So some of the basic things have been tried to work out in terms of how you would manage this on a mobile phone, or how would you get all these data and records available to you. And finally, I want to just mention that the key to doing this, and this is where I want to spend some time today, is to mention that RSSDI as a Society for Studying Diabetes really can take the lead in trying to see how we can standardize on how data is collected and managed. How can we manage personalized information in a way so that personal privacy is protected, but the data is available for research purposes. And I think the key for RSSDI would be to have a platform that allows RSSDI scientists to continue to do research on identifying what kinds of treatments are appropriate for what kind of cohort groups, depending on individualized personalization of the treatment in some form or the other. See, now some of these things would not have happened in the past, but I think healthcare is ready for disruption, and technology is available to make this happen. I think the economic imperatives to make this happen are already there right now. We are starting to see increased focus from people on how to manage healthy communities, and there is a certain focus on wellness, which people are well accepting today. It is important to, while we look at the EMR as something that is a useful thing, we have to move out of EMR being something that a doctor's clinic or the hospital maintains. But it is important to have individual-centric data that is being collected on an ongoing basis. Even if they go to multiple clinics, they do their own data tests or any of those kinds of things. And I think systems for doing that are available and can be built. EHRs will always remain inadequate because there is only a limit to how many things get recorded in any electronic health record. So a lot of other things have to be factored in when you do this. And you need to integrate multiple different kinds of systems and build out experiences that are data-centric. So this is pretty much the last thing that I wanted to mention, and I want to close by the summary slide that I started by putting it in first. And I just want to emphasize two things here. One is that especially diabetes and lifestyle diseases, you cannot just manage episodes. You have to manage the longitudinal information about the individual and the activities that happen around it. And these may happen in many different places. And finally, the second thing, I want to make an appeal to the RSSDI that as an association, I think it's important that we think very hard about how we collect data for a community of people. We have the largest community of diabetics in India, and I think it is imperative for us to really think about this problem and figure out a way to research treatments and methods for our own patients. With this, I will end, and I'd like to thank you all for inviting me here, and I'm very happy to be available in the future to be of any support to the association.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for sticking onto the time. We really appreciate your time sense. And now it's open for any questions, please. Meanwhile, I think, yeah, Manoj, you have a question, please.
Yeah, thanks, Srinivas. So I think two good talks on EMR, absolutely pertinent topic today. My first question is to Sandeep. So Sandeep, when you showed the data, you also showed now that you all have moved to integration of SMBG data onto your app for the patient users. Now, we're today aware that each glucometer company today has its own app which allows it directly via Bluetooth, etc., to transfer the data from the glucometer to their app. Now, does One Glance have any such mode of connectivity or automatic transmission? Because that otherwise would be really cumbersome for people to be doing the SMBG and then entering into your app. So that's an added effort. Is there plans to integrate your app and make it open to be able to access the any of the glucometer brands?
Yeah, that's a good question, sir. Actually, we have been in touch with few companies, and this is basically very close to technology they have. So for them to expose those APIs, it requires a lot of meetings and convincing with their senior management. But when it comes to SMBG, again, what we have also observed is, if it has to be monitored for a few days, then patients are okay to log it into their app manually also. Because let's say for 3 days or 7 days, if the doctors ask them to record and get it for review, they're still okay to put it manually. But when it comes to a long duration monitoring, then definitely yes, integration is the way forward. And for that, even the device manufacturing companies, they need to be open to integrate with the apps. So I think eventually it will happen based on the market demand.
Thanks.
Definitely, we are open for it.
And let me add one comment to that. Sir, if you don't mind, I'll add one comment to what you said. See, one of the things that we have found to be quite effective is that you can OCR reading very quickly. So you can take a personal glucometer or whatever glucometer you have, irrespective of the device. They all give readings in certain very simple ways. So you can take a photograph of it and you can OCR it quite effectively today. So we have found that integration by imaging is often easier than any other form of imaging.
What is OCR, Deshpandeji, if you can elaborate, what is OCR?
It's optical character recognition. So the idea would be that you take a photograph.
We didn't go to IIT Kharagpur. We barely went to a medical college.
No, sorry about that. I understand the complexity, but the idea is that the idea is that you take a photograph of the device, and the system is able to figure out from the photograph and figure out the numbers from it, and then stick it directly into the application rather than having to worry about serious and complex interfaces. And today with smartphone, most people are okay with taking photos.
Right.
One quick question, Srinivas, if you allow.
Self-monitoring report, will it be possible to create a graphical presentation like in AZP? And then that can be sent to the doctor directly, Mr. Deshpande or Mr. Sandeep? Like suppose somebody is doing multiple times self-monitoring of blood glucose and all the reports which are there on your dashboard. I mean, for some patients on phone, can it send it on a graphical form to doctor directly? So
yes, that is available. Once the data is captured in a structure where definitely we can transfer it in.
No, but can it be created in a graphical form like AGP, ambulatory glucose profile?
SMPG, definitely. We also display it like that for the doctors. When the doctors sees the SMPG readings from their EMR software, it displays to them in a graphical way as well as in a table format.
So that option is available for A1C, for weight, for pulse, BP, everything. A graphical.
Anand, you want to answer that? Anand, you want to answer
that? Yeah, absolutely. So I think this is definitely to be done. But what I believe and what we are working on with Partners Healthcare and other places is as follows. See, a doctor really does not want to see straight lines on their chart. So yeah, every day you take the readings, they're more or less the same. That doesn't solve the problem. So I think what you need is you need the ability to identify anomalies and identify changes that happen so that you get actionable insights that prompt you when you need to do it. So in the last, I would say 5 years or more so in the last 2 to 3 years, I think the evolution of machine learning and data science has evolved very significantly. So some of these things are quite easy to do today. Financial systems are doing it all the time. So we don't have to look at everyone's data and monitor it in a graph. You can have 1,000 patients and you will get to know today which are the 3 patients that you need to deal with. Everything else is as was expected.
Thank you, sir. Dr. Sridhar, one question to you. Legal aspect, legal angle, I'm sure you have more experience, sir. How many years we should store data and how do you ensure with your service provider for that kind of tie-up?
So mine is a single man army. I have all the data on my server, and I have a separate hard disk where I keep it in a separate geographical location. Once you have that, I've got a data of more than 80,000 patients over 30 years. And I just keep it. It doesn't occupy any space and it's not an issue at all.
No, sir, I'm talking legal angle. How many years we should hold back the patient's OPD records?
I've been holding it from 1992. So I haven't really lost any of the record. And it's because it is so easy to do. I haven't thought of the legal aspect.
I don't think there's anything, Srinivas, like that. There is no legal binding.
There is
there is legal bindings. Yes, there is.
That is the intention I asked that question. Minimum 7 years, we need to maintain our OPD records.
OPD, I have it for 30 years. That's the point.
No, not for you, sir. In a bigger picture, I'm asking.
You're talking about EMR records, Srinivas, or paper records, or the same for both?
Anything. OPD records, outpatient record in any form.
Okay. One more point I want to add regarding the SMPG. Why we felt integration is not adding much value was because along with the SMPG, it is complete only if we add that whether they have done the exercise, they have skipped any medication, or in terms of their diet. If they can provide all those information along with that value, then it becomes a holistic record for the SMPG. So that's
Mr. Sandeep, what Banshi Saboo was asking you was that getting this individual records, can you put it in a ambulatory glucose profile format? We know you can put the values, we can get the tables, but can you put it in a format? That was the question of ambulatory glucose profile.
Ambulatory glucose profile we have not worked, but if you are able to integrate with the device, definitely we can put it.
And the other question I have to Mr. Deshpande, sir, with your OCR, so presumably if the blood test is done in a different lab, because people do blood tests everywhere else, when they come in, we can take a snapshot and then integrate in the creatinine and HbA1c chart as well. I presume that will also suffice?
Yes, so that is possible. The only challenge I must point out is that every lab is not necessarily standardizing the instruments, and many of the details are not always explained. So it is hard to compare, but for a particular lab, absolutely, you can do this. The quality of data collection has improved. So cleaning up the data is a lot of effort today. One other experiment we tried is that, we can look at existing AMRs of different kinds as well to import data from different one of them so that you get it in consistent standard space. So the point I'm trying to make is less about an individual and their EMR. What I'm recommending here is that RSSDI needs to have broad global information about its member or people in India and their data sets. And if we look at it that way and RSSDI thinks about how to do it, it is important for RSSDI to define what data standards must be followed by individual EMRs, so that as a group, we have an ability to sort of study the data and make recommendations on an ongoing basis. And this is being done elsewhere and in other systems. And I've been working with different kinds of systems of this kind, including cancer and financial systems and also gems and jewelry, where they have had incredible results because of the combination of data sets from different people rather than looking at these as point data sets. And this requires a society and association to work together. And improvements in technology in the last 2 to 3 years, I must say, we've been doing that for a while, but the cost and the ability to integrate has improved dramatically from the technology side in the last 3 years because of deep learning and machine learning.
Manoj, you have a question?
Yeah, basic question to all speakers. Sir, this is who owns the data? Is it the patient? Is it the doctor? Or is it the system provider here? Who owns the data?
So let me give you what, and I'm part of the Aadhaar committee, and I'm also part of the data privacy related stuff. So the general consensus on this is, one, the data is owned by the patient. Patient has the data, it belongs to the patient. It's my data, it belongs to me. That's the reality. Second part of it is that I give you consent to use as defined by consent. So we define consent as saying, okay, I have, for these particular uses, I'm allowing you to use my data for different kinds of activities. So that is an important thing, but an individual consent is an important part of this whole process. The third part, which is equally important, is de-identified data sets. So with consent and with de-identification, it is possible to bring data from different sources together for research purposes. But this has been done all across the world. And so I have a fairly large project I work with around TCGA, which is a Cancer Genomics Atlas. And again, we have seen similar things for cancer-related data and the kinds of cures we've been able to find as a group, meaning it's not me doing it, but it's the TCGA doing it. They have been able to find lots of different specific treatments and course corrections because of the comparisons between genomics and other data sets. So all these three things are important, but as a group, I think we need to take the initiative. There are 3 initiatives right now in the government on this one. There is a data privacy law that is in Parliament. There is a personal de-identified data set discussion going on, which is bubbling around with Niti Aayog and some other people. If you are interested in participating in that, you may want to look at that. But I think you should define what you want from this community.
Thank you, sir. I think lack of time, we'll take one last question, please. We're 8 minutes late.
I just wanted to ask,
like suppose medical issues. Sridhar.
Yeah, please go ahead. Dr. Sridhar, please go ahead. And then I will take up Dr. Banshi.
Consent is a very important thing. You'll have to work on it. And second part is, Mr. Anand, you said you have a system where you can get the data of different aspects, blood pressure, blood sugar, activities, diet. For now, is it possible for me, since we have EMRs in silos, before we get a uniform EMR all over India, is it possible for your apps to be integrated to the individual EMRs that each of us may have? I think that should be a first starting point.
See, the short answer is yes. The long answer is it depends how much it costs to do it, depending on how complicated your data is.
So, Dr. Banshi, sir, you have a
so my question is, like, we have different electronic medical records, and by integrating different data, will it also give the decision to the clinician? The decision support system as far as his, the treatment is concerned. Like, you are integrating the data for cancer patients. So will it also give that whatever the data information which you are putting in the EMR, will it also give this type of medication should be given to this XYZ patient?
It will
the ICMR guidelines says AI-based apps you cannot use.
Correct.
The ICMR guidelines, the recent one, the artificial intelligence based.
No, but it just gives an idea. Like, suppose most of the patients in India
you are not supposed to use.
Not getting the proper treatment or the targets for lipids. They are not getting the treatment for blood pressure. There is no risk score which is calculated through the EMR system. So, the doctor has to do separately. So, just by putting all these things, does it give some decision support?
Yes, so basically what you need to do is, can we put algorithms for treatment?
I think, Dr. Murthy, those guidelines are for telemedicine, not for in person. In person, if you have got a software with decision tools suggesting you modification of treatment or suggesting you to add some that patient is not at target. That I think ICMR is not arguing with. But for telemedicine, they are against the use of AI-based applications.
Yeah,
yes.
Srinivasa Murthy, it is right. You can use decision support systems. We can use artificial intelligence, but the final verdict should come from the doctor. That is
doctor.
What.
Yes.
So that's fine. At least it should be suggested in the EMR system.
Yes, sir.
So, Hardik, I'm just
Dr.
put the slide.
Dr. Vasant Kumar has got a
great news to share with all of you that RSSDI is going to come out with a national EMR system, and that's the reason I think I must share with all of you the RSSDI National Registry EMR. We are proud to announce that it will be launching our national EMR system. Look for RSSDI website for more updates on the same. Yes,
great, sir.
Continue the discussion. I just want.
No, I think that Vasant Kumar sir has got a comment.
Yes,
I'm just very brief. I'm quite excited to listen to Mr. Anand Deshpande's presentation. So I'm sure it's very practical and futuristic, something that RSSDI probably should look at it seriously and take it forward, because he's also associated with a lot of Government of India and other organizations, and very authentic information that he has given. I'm sure we will look at it very seriously. Just wanted to add this point to Banshi and others.
Thank you, sir.
And those who want to join this technology network, they can become member by sending their name, city, state, mobile number, and email ID to our headquarters, rssdihq@gmail.com. But why they are interested, what they have done in technology, they must write it also. Thank you. So now for over the next session, I request Dr. Mithun.
Thank you, sir. I think we'll close down. We sincerely thank myself and Dr. Pratap. Dr. Pratap, last few words.
Thank you. Thank you, technology team, Dr. Manoj, Dr. Mithun, Dr. Jyoti Dev, and Dr. Jay Prakash, and our president, Dr. Banshi Saboo, and secretary, Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, for this innovative diabetes technology meeting and for making us part of this. And thank you, Mr. Sandeep and Mr. Anand, for your very good talks on EMR and data analysis for healthcare research. Thank you.
And also Mr. Sridhar, Dr. Sridhar.
Yeah, Dr. Sridhar. Thank you. Thank you, sir, for sparing your time and your valuable experience of 30, 40 years of EMR. Thank you.
Over to Dr. Mithun. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Technology video before we move on to the next session.
Everyone wants spontaneity, sexual enjoyment, a healthy sex life without worry. But sometimes there are problems. Over 50% of mature men suffer from erectile dysfunction, while transient ED can affect men of all ages. The PDE5 inhibitors revolution brought new hope, but those pills only treat symptoms, and the dependence on drugs damages men's self-esteem and eliminates spontaneity. Now there's a new and innovative approach that treats the cause of vasculogenic ED and provides long-lasting results. Introducing the ED1000, extracorporeal shockwave therapy for treatment of erectile dysfunction from Metaspec. Compact and mobile, the ED1000 suits any clinical or outpatient facility. The ED1000's advanced interface includes a user-friendly touchscreen, making the setup and treatment procedure easy to learn and perform. It's non-invasive and pain-free, with no sedation or anesthesia required. With proven success in promoting cardiac angiogenesis as well as extracorporeal shockwave therapy for treatments in the field of urology, Metaspec now applies the same expertise to vascular-related erectile dysfunction with the ED1000. Applied to the penile shaft and crura, the ED1000's low-intensity shockwaves result in improved blood flow and accumulation of blood in the penile corpora following sexual arousal. An ED1000 treatment series results in improved erectile function with no reported side effects. Unlike the short-acting PDE5 inhibitors generally prescribed, ED1000 brings patients back into the urologist's office with an effective medical treatment. ED1000 treatment was also found to be beneficial for patients who previously did not respond to PDE5 inhibitors. ED1000 shockwave therapy provides a true long-term solution for erectile dysfunction for patients that depend on PDE5 inhibitors, as well as those who do not respond to them. Recent patient surveys show that a year after ED1000 therapy, more than half of those treated require no further use of PDE5 inhibitors to obtain an erection and return to an enjoyable sex life on their own schedule. The solution for men who want to regain their natural erectile function and natural sexual experience and the intimacy all couples desire. Advanced shockwave therapy for erectile dysfunction with ED1000 from Metaspec.
Thank you. Returning back on our sessions, I now invite for the next session the chairpersons, Dr. Vijay Viswanathan from Chennai and Dr. Rakesh Sahai sir. The talk is going to be on integrated diabetes healthcare ecosystem. Now, introducing Dr. Vijay Viswanathan sir is the head and chief diabetologist of the MB Hospital for Diabetes, one of the oldest and the most innovative starting point of diabetes training in India. It's a WHO collaborating center for research, education, and training in diabetes. He's the president-elect of DFood International based in Belgium and consists of experts from 193 countries. He's presently the national vice president of RSSDI India. He's received numerous national and international awards, including the Vivian Francesca Award from the ADA for work in diabetes and tuberculosis in 2013. And he is one of the leading pioneers in diabetic food care in India. He was awarded a fellowship of the Royal College of Physicians, London, for the research contribution in diabetes. His area of interest includes renal diabetes, diabetes associated with tuberculosis, and definitely food and diabetes. I invite you, sir, to kindly chair the next session. Alongside him, we are going to have Dr. Rakesh Sahai, sir. Dr. Rakesh Sahai, sir, is the former secretary of Endocrine Society of India, founder secretary of South Asian Society of Endocrine Societies, presently vice president of AIARO, joint secretary of RSSDI, and governing body member of API 2010 to 2016. He's been an advisory board in numerous diabetes and endocrine societies across India and has been given the Hoist Senior Lectureship Award by the Association of Physicians of India for 2008. Above all, I know Rakesh Sahai sir very closely. He's a wonderful person and a great mentor to be with, and always will learn something from him whenever I get to meet him. Over to Vijay Viswanathan sir and Rakesh Sahai sir for the next session.
Rakesh, can I just say 1 minute and then give the mic to you? Thank you, Mithun, for the nice words and of introduction. From EMR, now we move to another exciting area in diabetes technology, and we look forward to hearing two experts in this, and that's going to be on integrated diabetes healthcare ecosystem. And I request the senior endocrinologist from Hyderabad, Dr. Sahai, to introduce Dr. Arup Das Biswas. Dr. Rakesh.
Thank you. Good morning to all. Thank you, Dr. Mithun, for the kind words of introduction, and thank you to the technology team and our president, Dr. Banshi Saboo, for inviting me to be here. And it's a pleasure to be chairing this very important session, which is discussing about the diabetes ecosystem. And to speak in this session, we have Dr. Arup Biswas, who's a cardiologist. He's an ex-director and HOD of cardiology at the IPGMR Kolkata. And he's been involved with the Cardiology Society of India at the national level and also in West Bengal. And he has conducted several training programs, and he has been part of several clinical trials and registries, and has a huge experience in managing data on patients with various cardiac issues. And I'm sure he's going to give us a new perspective on this issue, this area of integrated ecosystems, which is going to help us in managing our patients more effectively. So over to Dr. Arup.
Thank you, Dr. Sahai, for the kind introduction. Can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir. We are able to hear you.
So I'm going to share the screen. Give me 1 minute for that. I'm not getting the share screen option here.
Yeah, the green one on your.
I know the green one.
The green one on the bottom of the screen.
Not coming in. One moment. Yeah, it has come.
Yeah.
So, sorry for your time that Can you see my slides?
Yes, yes. You can put it on full screen.
Am I audible and my slides are visible?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay. So, thank you so much for the kind introduction. And good morning, everyone from RSSDI and the audience as well as the faculty. And at the outset, I would like to congratulate RSSDI TEN for organizing such a nice conference. I have been attending here from yesterday and learning so many things. And I also acknowledge the gesture of Dr. Banshi Saboo, Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, and others in the DTN who has given me a scope to speak before this August gathering and platform. Now, at the outset, let me declare that I am just a poor clinical cardiologist doing clinical and interventional job in the field of cardiology. I'm not an technology expert and not a diabetologist. So I'm a bit odd man out over here, but I would like to share my clinical experience as a clinical expert, how the telemedicine is helping me. So I'll divide this talk into several aspects in telling about the worldwide phenomena that are going on, what's going on in India, and what's going on at my personal level during these COVID days. But we know that the telemedicine is not a matter of COVID days. It was there for a long time. It has growing up rapidly in the last 50 or 60 years or so, but it has become a very spiky uprise, not only in India, but in the world in the field of telemedicine after this COVID advent. And we know that everything is becoming digitized, so also the healthcare. Now we can talk about the sowing of the seeds when in 1876, Alexander Graham Bell and Elisha Gray, they discovered the telephone. From then on, the era of telemedicine started. Because as soon as my students, when they started practice, they started consulting me over telephone. So this is the problem, what should I do? And later on, they also kept record of their calls. Some of them, not all. And with the advent of WhatsApp, it was very easy for them to transmit me ECGs, other reports, and echo. So in a form, telemedicine we have been doing for a long time, but not in a very formalized way. Now, according to WHO, the definition of telemedicine, basically this was with the idea of health for all. The delivery of healthcare services were distance. So distance is a critical factor. By all healthcare professionals, it is not only the doctors that are concerned, other paramedical staff also, using information and communication technologies. Now, sharing information, we are listening so much about the sharing that matter, and that starts with taking an informed consent for the exchange of valid information for diagnosis, treatment, and prevention of disease, injuries, research, and evaluation, for the continuing education of healthcare providers. So it is not only treatment, it is diagnosis, treatment, and prevention, and also the this kind of education, health education, and these kind of conferences where we are sharing our exchanges. So these all have been rendered possible, the innovations in technology and the information sharing. And also with the rapid advances in India with ISRO research, defense research, the satellites, etc. And all the interest. So ultimately, it is in the interest of advancing the health of individuals and their communities. So this is the competition. And we all will not be able to cover all these aspects in this short time, but let us discuss something. So India has undergone drastic reformation by digitalization of almost every sector. And not to surprise, almost all government functions have been digitized in the past few years. And now it's time for revolution in the medical world. So we have been developing. Now let us increase our pace and understand the system better. So we know the disparity between the needed doctor-patient ratio, needed specialist-patient ratio, and what is there in actuality. There is a large gap in healthcare accessibility in many parts of the country, and universal healthcare still remains a distant dream. So in India, there are distant parts, there are difficult parts to access. So whether we can do justice to all of them. We know 70% of Indian population lives in rural areas, and 90% of the secondary and tertiary cases. So there is a big gap and a big mal ratio, I should say, low penetration of healthcare service. So this doesn't penetrate to all who need it. And problem of retaining doctors in rural areas, you all know. And 31% of rural population travel 30 kilometers per medical year. And for my personal experience, it is not just 31% or 30 kilometers. Many people come from even 1,000 kilometers of distance to me to just have some opinion on some cardiac problem. So also I know that they are coming to you for consultation with diabetes, metabolic problems, etc. And for that, they have to travel a lot, spend a lot, and their time is also gone. It is not only the time and money spent in travel, money spent in staying in hotels, etc. So the call by the government that become spiked by the 25th March in 2020, and this has become legal. This is very important to know for all of us. Telemedicine practice guidelines, if we follow them, and that has been advocated by the Board of Governors as well as NITI Aayog, enabling registered medical practitioners to provide healthcare using telemedicine. And according to American Telemedicine Association, telemedicine is the natural evolution of healthcare in the digital world. So it is now available to us and it is legal. That is the two things that is more important. And all of you, I suppose, have got some kind of exposure and experience with different platforms they're using telemedicine. So video consultation facility that has become available with the advent of high-speed internet, and you have got facilities in video camera with your laptop, iPad, or cell phone. And cell phone subscribers, particularly the smartphone subscribers, have increased a lot. But we know there is a lot gap with the poor people and the doctors in the community residing in the urban areas. The most powerful driver is the consumer demand. If the internet can be used for banking, shopping, communication, why not healthcare? So we are proceeding. And that is being helped by technology. And now we have become 24/7 hours available. But it is not for all doctors. They have to remain busy for all the day, all the hours in a week. They can divide and share their time according to convenience. And there could be other telemedicine unit. One unit could be in the remote area in the panchayat star, where the poor people may have an access who doesn't have an access to a smartphone. They can take help of the telemedicine unit in some of the states. It has been already established, and they communicate with higher centers, more experts. And now group consultation is also now available. You know, as diabetologists, you have got many aspects to serve to the person. It could be a kidney problem, it could be a diabetic problem, it could be a psychiatric problem. So you can have now group consultation also. So we are now being accustomed to new normal, and things are becoming more cost effective. So to provide specialized medical advice, it is needed. And most important of all, particularly during these COVID days, when we cannot see the patient physically, they are apprehensive to come, we are apprehensive to go to them. So to monitor patient becomes very important, and to guide other medical staff, that becomes important, and sharing patient data among institutions, of course, for research purpose. And it is significantly impacting the most challenging problems of our current healthcare, that is access to care, cost-effective delivery, and distribution of limited providers. And we have talked about the accessibility and the distances covered. So there is increased access to healthcare. So by that, we can enhance our practice not only in our clinic, in the hospital, at our personal level, at home also. And telemedicine improves healthcare outcomes. That has been documented by several studies. held in abroad. And telemedicine reduces healthcare costs also. They don't have to come to you frequently, but you can monitor with different gadgets. Now you have the glucose meters, the continuous glucose monitoring facility, and their internet connectivity with your center. So you can warn the patient in time that you had a hypoglycemia at this time, so you have to readjust your insulin dose. So these things are there. So as a whole, it improves the outcome. Telemedicine assists in addressing shortage and misdistribution. This part we have covered. Telemedicine improves support for the patient and families in different ways. For example, a person who is not able to access to these old person, granny or grandfather, not having knowledge of these things, his grandson can help. And also, if I like, my husband or wife will be there during our consultation without a work day loss. He will be staying somewhere, and maybe the son from US in the conferencing. So multi-point conferencing is not only and is now feasible. It is not only 1 point to 1 point, and telemedicine of course helps the environment by consuming less of fuel through transport and travel, and also the patient remains healthier by avoiding trouble through congested space, etc. And their care becomes better. And it serves in various parts of the country to overcome the deficit. It could be for example, a hilly area in the northeast, a forest area in the MP, or an island in the Andaman or this Lakshadweep. Everywhere we can penetrate now to give a better patient care. And it has been seen by other reports that hospital visits reduced by 50%, and that reduces the chances of infection spreading as well as the congestion. Your time is saved so that you can develop more into education, research, and training. Readmission of hospitals reduced, so patient becomes better. Particularly, we know in case of heart failure, readmission is a major problem that can be reduced from 20 to 40%, and mortality in CCUs can be reduced, and also stroke care can be improved, and psychiatric problem handling becomes better. You can telemonitor the telemonitor the retinopathy, etc. So we know what has been affected most is the diabetes care. So in this regard, telemedicine may help you a lot. And the combined diabetes, hypertension, heart failure, heart disease, also in these aspects, we can help the patient in a much better way. So 67% of the healthcare providers rated moderate or severe effects on their patients due to changes in the healthcare service during COVID break. So this became popular and became almost the only method for many. 80% of healthcare reporters reported that the mental health that also be to be helped out by your presence, that the patient feels that you are there to take care, and not only that, he can see you now, he can interact with you now, so they feel better. Patients with chronic situations in diabetes should continue to receive care through telemedicine. And not only that, we'll continue with afterwards. So post-COVID world, there is alternative way of providing healthcare, feasible to consult your doctor online. There is a smartphone that is what is needed, and track, regulate, and monitor. But if you have more sophisticated things, it is easier to and better connectivity, and also it is easier to transmit the data. For example, I just a few days ago had the opportunity to see one's angio just through net, and he was from Jharkhand. I could advise them over the telephone only that you should do this or that. And it is a boon for the rural areas, and video visits have now become more efficient. So a study shows that 50 million Indians have accessed online healthcare, and in-person doctors visits are reduced by 67%. And what a feat that we have achieved by this time. And think tank of the government of India says telemedicine is a new normal for healthcare. Telemedicine have got its limitations, particularly due to the technical problems, and also there's some socio-economic problems of many of people, be a laborer, be a farmer. But one socioeconomic part is taken care of, that often he doesn't have to lose his daily wage and earning through his loss of a day. So the trust factor that is becoming gradually building up, and the physician knows the patient and their health history so well that both the patient and that doesn't mean that this is a follow-up visit only. You can tackle the new patients also. But if you feel that this patient needs physical examination, then that is a bit different. But you can gather some data like pulse, BP, oxygen saturation, ECG, etc. from distance also. But if you want to evaluate the liver and spleen, and if you want to know whether the McBurney's point is tender or not, that is a different issue altogether. And then you can ask the patient to attend nearby center. So it is more convenient, accessible care for the patients, extends access to consults from specialists, increasing patient engagement and better quality of patient care. But this needs high quality broadband access, and technological barriers have to be supervened and overcome by coming days. And it is a tool meant to complement existing healthcare. So if you think that physical front-to-front examination interaction across the table is gone, it is not. It is there. It will remain, because we know there are many important points that can be picked up from the only physical contact. For example, if I want to know whether S3 is present, that may not be picked up by a digital stethoscope well from the distance. Basal crepes may not be well picked up by the digital. So I need to examine the patient from this, across the bed. The patient with vomiting or pain abdomen will need to go to the emergency. But yes, during emergency, we can also help. For example, if I know the patient's history.
I'd like to request you to wind up, sir, because we are running behind.
How much time do I have?
Another minute or so you can wind.
Okay. So I can help by using early using thrombolysis, etc. So we are bridging gap, and in developing nation, this has got a big role. Indian guidelines have developed regarding development. So you can enhance your practice from all aspects. Now we know that there are many platforms available now, so we have to choose amongst them. So it should have certain properties, that whether it is saving cost, whether it is saving time, and whether your patient can reach you, and flexibility is there. And of course, if the patient platform is user-friendly for the patient as well as the doctor. For example, many platforms have got now pre-recorded format of disease, symptoms, investigation, and we can choose quickly from them. I have got an experience with Hello Life, which is dedicated to individual doctor, and it will be maintained and assisted by experts for customized recommend. So your hassle is taken care of. Almost a decade of experience they have. They have got pre-recorded and pre-eroded investigations, brands, etc. But now they are developing also pre-typing facilities at my request and my suggestion. All data are saved, and that is legally protected. That is being held by ASCA also as a supporting partner, and we have got easy access, less disturbance, and it has got a customized page, and it is secure, sustainable, simple, and speedy. And my experience has been very rewarding with this. In fact, I have shifted from other platform to this platform and finding this to be, and it has got it is own customized page for you, and payment system is also easy. You can see both yourself and the patient in the same time. You can see his smiling face, and emotionally he is backed up, and you feel satisfied that you have given and done justice to the patient. So thank you for a patient hearing, and thanks to ASCA and Hello Life for giving me infrastructural support. Thank you. So I have stopped sharing. You can go ahead.
Thank you, sir. I would now request my co-chair to introduce the next speaker, and then we'll have question and answers after.
We have one question in the chat box. So I think from telemedicine, we now move on to a very, very interesting topic. and that's artificial intelligence based DreamMed decision support system for insulin dose adjustment. Because most of our patients, we start insulin, they don't titrate, they don't adjust, they don't do anything, and the HbA1c just doesn't come down. So we have a senior pediatric endocrinologist, Dr. Rivetil Nimri, who's a co-founder and the chief medical R&D in charge of DreamMed Diabetes, and she will talk to us today on this very important topic. Dr. Nimri.
Thank you so much. I will share my screen first. Okay. Good morning, everybody. I'm really honored to participate in this important meeting. This is my first visit to India, virtual, and I hope in next time we'll see everybody, not in two-dimension in Zoom, but face-to-face. So I want to also to say thanks for the organizing committee for inviting me, and Dr. Bassau for inviting me to give this lecture. I'm indeed the co-founder of DreamMed Diabetes, but also the director of the Scientific Technology Diabetes Service at Schneider Hospital, and you can see behind me the entrance of Schneider Hospital. So I would like, this is my disclosure side, I would like to start with a bit of history. Actually, DreamMed, the company, was created out of Schneider Children's Hospital. That back in 2007, when we founded the Diabetes Technology Center, a unique collaboration between physicians and engineers in order to develop technological solutions to treat diabetes. The first technology that we developed was the medical doctor logic closed loop system. It was the first to be tested outside the hospital and in home, and we had an article in the first article in the New England Journal of Medicine. And then DreamMed licensed the MD Logic to Medtronic, and today the advanced hybrid closed loop of Medtronic has elements of the MD Logic. But as you know, not all people will use closed loop or using closed loop. Actually, more than 50% of people are using multiple daily injections and other therapies. And our mission now is to build decision support systems for healthcare providers and for patients in order to support their decisions and to optimize insulin dosing treatment for either they have pumps or multiple daily injection, type 1 or type 2. And the first is the advisor. You can see it here. The advisor takes data from glucose data from CGM, from glucometer, from the pump, the insulin delivery and the carbohydrate, and recommend for exact insulin dose changes in the basal rate, in the correction factors, in the carbohydrate ratio, and the treatment plan and tips. What does it mean? It means that he can say to you, looks on the data and give a personalized tip, like you're over treating your hyperglycemia or you do not bolus. So how does it work? The patient, whenever he is, uploads the data from his various devices to a data management system. We're working with Typul with a standalone web of Advisor Pro, or in Gluco, where our report is embedded in the DMSP. And the advisor pulls the data, do all kind of processing, and then looks on the raw data to find insulin glucose patterns and insulin events. That means give insulin, what happened then, and he do what I'm calling the Oompa Loompa things, and he gave an exact advice, send it to the physician to review it. I must say that it takes a bit for I think up to 2 to 3 seconds from the time that the patient upload the data and for the report to be sent to the physician for review. You can see here on the right, on the left, the report includes the changes in the basal rate. Afterwards, you can see here an example of the carbohydrate ratio. On your left, you can see the current carbohydrate ratio plan of the patient. And in the left, the advisor recommendation highlights all the changes. In the bottom, the comments. When you are high episode in the evening, remember to use the bolus calculator. And at the end of each report, in the standalone application that we have, we put the ambulatory glucose profile and other data of the patient in order to simplify the review process. And when you change all the things and you say it is okay, you approve and share it with the patient. And in a minute, it goes to the patient with a push-up notification that he has recommendation either in iPhone or in Android. We did several studies, small studies, looking on the feasibility and safety of the advisor. And yesterday, Professor Philip showed you a study, a survey that we conducted that showing the variability between expert physician in giving recommendations for insulin pump adjustment for 15 virtual patients. And only 14 to 50% agreement was between experts on how to change the direction of insulin dose recommendation, and it was similar to the advisor. The next step was to do a clinical study. Our hypothesis was that frequent optimization of insulin pump therapy based on continuous glucose monitoring reading using the advisor would result in a statistically non-inferior glycemic control compared with dose adjustment by physician from specialized academic diabetic centers. I'm happy to tell you that 4 days ago, our study was published in Nature Medicine and also had a cover page to illustrate the potential of artificial intelligence to enhance healthcare delivery, and encourage you all to read it. This was a multi-center, multinational study with 7 centers in the US and in Europe. And you can see it was the all who's and who's centers in diabetes technology: Jocelyn, Florida, Yale, Santa Barbara Davis, and also in Germany, Slovenia, and Israel. The study was sponsored by Helmsley Charitable Trust, and the sensor we got from Dexcom. And this is the study outline. You can see that after 3 weeks of running period, participants were randomized either to have their insulin dose adjustment done by the advisor or by the physician. Every 3 weeks after randomization, they upload the data and go to recommendation for 6 months intervention period. This is the illustration of the data flow within the study. As you can see, included in the study, children and adolescents and young adults aged 10 to 21, A1C between 7 and 10%, use insulin pump therapy and willing to use CGM. All patients participants in the study used the Dexcom G5 and their own pump, either the Medtronic or the Omnipod, use the data management platform of Gluco. And you can see here the arm that was analyzed by physician and arm by the advisor. And then the recommendation were sent to the participants. They didn't know, they got the report, they could not know if the data was sent by a physician or by the advisor, so they were blinded to the recommendation. And what we looked for a primary endpoint, time within range of 70 to 180, percentage of reading below 54. We looked, of course, for the A1C and also for other metrics of the CGM. And we also gave the participant, the physician who participant in the advisor arm, a healthcare professional post-intervention survey. We had 122 participants that you can see their characteristics in this slide. Average age between 15 to 16 years, pretty much the same glycemic control and also insulin requirements. And I want to tell you the results, and the results show that after 6 months, it was the same. The results of the glycemic control in frequent insulin dose adjustment made by advisor or by physician were the same. You can see here the non-inferiority margin. Non-inferiority, when there is a significant non-inferiority, said that there was non-inferiority between the two treatments. They were similar in the advisor and in the physician arm. Also, both reduced the hemoglobin A1C to the same extent, and you can see also in all other parameters, the results of the advisor and the results of the physician were similar. See in the bottom, the only one thing that was changed was the boluses. A bit more boluses. The advisor tends to give more bolus, as you can know from a lot of other studies, that more bolus is needed in a pump in order to get a better control. And if we are looking on the pair protocol results, that means that the pairs got at least 5 out of the 7 recommendations. Look at it. It's like a mirror. It looks pretty much the same. An advisor, an automated algorithm can result in the same glycemic outcome as recommendations that are given by physician. So great minds think alike, and these studies show that an algorithm that is fed with human intelligence can result with the same outcomes. And we are looking on the A1C. Significantly reduction was found in the advisor arm from baseline to the end of the study, and non-significant but also reduction in the physician arm. But if we are looking on the difference between the two arms, no difference. That means that A1C was improved in the physician arm, the same as in the advisor arm. And also for the adverse events, no serious adverse event related to diabetes happens in the advisor. It's pretty much the same also in adverse events. And if we are looking on the satisfaction questionnaires that was dated from strongly disagree to strongly agree, physician that used the advisor said that the advisor was intuitive and simple, reliable, save me time, was useful, was accurate, and all these positive results that they gave for the advisor came, although they thought that they might do differently, but they liked it. And probably most telling is that 11 out of the 13 physicians who used the advisor thought that they would like to continue using the Advisor Pro as part of their clinical routine. And I would like to quote George Florenza, that the physician that used the advisors, that say, with advisor, I can stop being a technician and practice the art of medicine. The visit can be more efficient. You can take the tips and discuss it with the patient. And I would like to show you an example from the actual study. This is an example of a pair of 2 females with the same age, and you can see the same duration of diabetes and the same, they are pretty much similar in their insulin requirements. And you can see here on the left, the patient that got her advice from the advisor. This is the time within range, hyperglycemia and hypoglycemia at each visit. She missed visit 6. And you can see that she started with 50% time within range, got the advisor recommendation, and went up to 65% with a stable range, and at the same, the patient on the right that got her advisor from the physician raised her time within range from 40% to around also 65%, with sometimes more hypoglycemia and sometimes less hypoglycemia. But the issue is that if I would blind this slide, you couldn't tell who got the recommendation from who, if from a computer or from a physician, an expert physician with 15 years of training. Maybe even you thought that this was the one that got from in the right from the advisor. And in means of reduction of A1C, you can see pretty much the same reduction in A1C. And how did the advisor did it? This is the results of the participants that got the advice from the advisor. I just summarize the recommendation for the first visit. As you can see, he first thought that he needs to increase the basal at the night and the early evening. And he also noticed that after breakfast, she has hyperglycemic excursions, and he wants to give more insulin in the correction, the carbohydrate ratio to more aggressive correction for the breakfast. And then he noticed that correction boluses are not sufficient to reduce her hyperglycemia, and in the evening, and he wanted to increase the correction and to give more insulin at the evening with increased correction factors. And he also gave her a tip and said that the patient needs to insert her glucose values in the pump calculator in the afternoon to prevent hypos. And she started with 51% time within range. All the implementation of the advisor were implemented, and you can see here now the glucose profile and increased time within range to 65% and reduced hypoglycemia. So in conclusion, the DreamMed advisor provided similar level of glycemic outcome as physicians from academic centers experienced with technology. Artificial intelligence-based decision support system can provide 7 effective automated insulin dose adjustment and management insight tips. And 98% of the recommendations were approved. This is amazing by all the physicians. And this is the decision support system can make visits effectively, more time with the patient. You can discuss all the tips. It can be embedded in telemedicine, implementation in telemedicine, allowing remote consultation and frequent titrations changes, and also in standardization between all the physicians. And such an approach can be especially helpful during this current pandemic, and can facilitate more timely insulin dose adjustment and improving glycemic control. And I would like to say thanks to all the participants, the centers that participated in our study, and to you all for listening. If you want more information, you can have this email address in this slide. So thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Dr. Nimri, for this wonderful talk. And since we are about 10 minutes behind schedule, we'll have just 2 minutes for discussion. You talked about CGM and you talked about insulin pump, but about 60% of patients in India use syringe even now, and they use the self-monitoring blood glucose meters. So do you think that such an artificial intelligence system is applicable to people who use insulin pen, say glargine at night, and also use the blood glucose monitoring instead of CGM?
Yeah, thank you so much for this question. I didn't have time to show you that we have also an advisor. We are now in trying in clinical study an advisor that takes glucose meters. We know that most people are using injections and using a glucometer. So we have an advisor that takes this data with and without connected pens and gives an advice either when the patient use carbohydrate ratio or what we call a fixed dose or sliding scale. So yes, we have this also in our portfolio, and hopefully soon we'll have it on the market.
Rakesh, any questions you want to take from the chat box?
Ravital, do you have, any idea, or are you planning to incorporate for type 2 diabetic patients also? This is primarily only for type 1 when they all are taking insulin. But do you have, any plan that to include type 2? I know your center is primarily a children's hospital and you are a pediatric endocrinologist. But as the major problem is type 2 diabetic patients and across the world. So is there any decision support system which can help the doctors by putting the algorithm and getting the data, whatever they have, A1C or some of the self-monitoring blood glucose and weight and other things, and give the decision to the physician?
So thank you so much. This is really great question and great remark, because indeed most of the patients with diabetes are type 2. And as a company, the DreamMed, I'm talking now with the hat of the DreamMed, yes, we are a company that is expert in optimization of insulin. We have a lot of experience that we gained from the closed loop studies and everything. Yes, it's not type 2, but we are intent to help people with type 2 that use insulin. We look only for now for insulin treated patients, and you can see that also type 2 that use insulin or pump insulin are pretty much the same in kind of optimization their insulin dosing. So we have it in our portfolio, but not for, I don't think that it will be in the next year, but in this year, but next year for sure. And we are in discussion with the FDA regarding this.
Ravital, one quick question, Ravital. You have your algorithm, MD-logic algorithm integrated in the 780G. So is it similar with the advisor? So advisor and this algorithm, are they totally different, or are there any similarities?
Okay, thank you for this question. It is a different. The advanced hybrid closed loop of Medtronic took only one or two elements from the MD logic. The MD logic is kind of decisions. It has a unique way to look on the data in an artificial intelligence way. It means that we're taking all what we physicians know how to treat patients with insulin pump and a sensor and put it in the MD logic. And the advisor, it's a bit different. Like I showed you, it looks on all the data, analyze it in the same way that we physician. So in this means it is the same, but it's different because the advisor look on retrospective data and closed loop system are on real time. And we will like to do also advisor in real time, and this would be probably pretty much the same as the MD logic.
Okay, thank you.
There's one question.
I have a question.
Regarding, this is from Dr. Paraman. He wants to ask you how would you, tackle with patients with early tuberculosis or early congestive cardiac failure or evolving stroke? How do you manage them by telemedicine?
Thank you for this question. I'll try to answer in short. First of all, telemedicine is not a substitute for physical examination. It has to be applied only when it is applicable. But secondly, in clinical situations like early tuberculosis, we often have to admix the clinical as well as the investigational finding. For example, simple X-ray test or a HRCT that can be transmitted very easily through telemedicine, also the temperature chart. But yes, if you are talking about the apical auscultation by the funnel of the stethoscope, that is not possible. Again, regarding heart failure, if you are taking the history that is increasing breathlessness, etc., that can be monitored over, or edema, and that can be monitored telemetrically, telemedicine. But if you want to again auscultate finer things like an AC that may not be always audible through a digital stethoscope or the basal strips, as I've already told you. But nowadays there are devices, for example, the pacemaker, ICDs, CRTDs, that are often combined with devices to assess the impedance of the lung, and they can accumulate data regarding the fluid accumulation, early fluid accumulation, even before the clinical features appear. And that can be transmitted by telemedicine to the center where the data are monitored, and they can inform the doctor that, look, this patient of yours is going to develop pulmonary edema, so we can treat very early and easily. Thanks. Thanks for the question.
Thank you, Dr. Arup. I think we are running 15 minutes behind schedule, so we'll conclude the session.
Thank you so much.
Thanking both the speakers, Dr. Arup Biswas and Dr. Nimri, for two wonderful talks on two wonderful topics. And thank the technology team on behalf of RSDA and the RSDA president, the dynamic president Banshi Saboo, and dynamic secretary Sanjay Agarwal for arranging such a wonderful program. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank
I think we'll now move on to a technology video before the next session.
Give us 20 minutes of your time and give yourself another 20 years of life. Even in this age of instant answers, there hasn't been a test that provides you an instant assessment of your risk of dying from the world's #1 killer, cardiovascular disease. Until now, Everest Health has developed a new technology to test just that. It's called AngioDefender. This test is non-invasive, simple, low-cost, and painless. AngioDefender produces a key measure that medical professionals have recognized to be the best indicator of cardiovascular health. It is called flow-mediated dilation. Put simply, it accurately measures the ability of your arteries to expand and contract as needed. The AngioDefender result is used in conjunction with the vascular age calculator to produce a personalized set of information centered around your cardiovascular health. This number is then combined with other key health information, resulting in your personal heart age assessment that is based on your personal data and health, not broad population studies that may not apply to you specifically. This number is your vascular age and will provide crucial guidance on actions you can take to improve your health and lifespan. Once you know your risk and the contributing factors, you can do something positive about it. More exercise, a better diet, more sleep, less stress, or stopping smoking are all examples of health and wellness interventions that may have a large impact on your lifespan. Or AngioDefender could identify an underlying cardiovascular issue that you didn't know about and encourage you to seek further tests. While making these behavior changes, you can consistently remeasure your heart age and overall health, discovering how many months or years you are adding to your life. The AngioDefender from Everest Health, the key to harnessing the power of behavior change for individuals and populations, as well as to improve overall chronic disease management. Is the possibility of adding years to your life worth 20 minutes of your time? Visit everesthealth.com to find out.
Thank you. It gives me great pleasure now to move on to the next session, which is the point of care. And I invite the chairpersons, Dr. Vijay Panikkar sir and Dr. J.K. Sarma sir, to kindly chair this session. Dr. Vijay Panikkar sir is the Honorary Consultant, Endocrinology, Diabetes and Metabolism, Lilavati Hospital. He's the ex-Professor of Medicine at Somaiya Medical College, Mumbai, ex-Vice President, RSSDI, India, past Chairman, RSSDI, Maharashtra, past President, College of Physicians and Surgeons of Bombay, Organizing Chairman of the Organizing National Conference in Mumbai, November 2020 this year, extensive academician with a lot of research publications in journals, pioneering work known as the Bioman of India, co-author of the Recommendation of Diabetes Management, and authored RSSDI guidelines for in-hospital management of diabetes, and developed an app for the same as well. Alongside him, we are going to have Dr. J.K. Sarma. Dr. Sarma is a medical director and senior consultant of Central Delhi Diabetes Center, New Delhi. He's the honorary secretary of the RSSDI Delhi chapter. He's a co-founder and secretary general of Innovative Diabetes Forum. He's a recipient of Lifetime Achievement Award 2018 from RSSDI Rajasthan chapter. He's delivered orations at national faculties all across the country. He's one of the executive members of the RSSDI. And I request Dr. Panikkar sir and Dr. Sarma sir to kindly take the proceedings for the next talk.
Thank you very much for a very kind introduction. Dr. Sharma,
Yes, sir.
over to you to introduce our guest, the first
Please
speaker.
go ahead. Sir, please go ahead. Thank you. Please go ahead. Thank you very much.
All right. The speaker is Dr. Susan Emmerich. She's a medical aids director, cardiometabolic, respiratory, and EMEA, Abbott Rapid Diagnostics in Germany. She has worked in the medical diagnostic industry since 2003, that's over 17 years, and working across point-of-care diagnostic arena in the fields of cardiology, diabetes, respiratory, and anticoagulation. Dr. Susan, over to you.
Thank you. I just need to share my screen. Do you see my screen?
Got it.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, thanks a lot for the opportunity to talk at this Congress. I very much appreciate that. I will talk about the advantages and the accuracy of HbA1c point-of-care testing. And I start with
Your slides are not visible.
We don't see the slides yet.
Pardon?
We're not able to see the slides yet. If you can share the slides again, the share screen.
Well, not yet. Share screen. At the bottom, there is a green.
Yeah, I do
Share
that.
screen option.
Yes, now it's coming, I think.
Yeah, yeah, it is okay.
Just the full screen option, please. Thank you.
Yeah, good.
Yeah?
Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So I start with the IDF Diabetes Atlas and showing a few numbers. When you look at Southeast Asia, you see that there is an increase of 74% expected to happen between 2019 and 2045. And looking at the numbers for India, you see that currently 77 million people suffer from diabetes, and this is expected to increase up to 134 million people. And additionally, there are around 44 million people suffering from undiagnosed diabetes. And 1 million deaths are estimated to be attributable to diabetes and related complications every year. So HbA1c may help here to identify those with prediabetes, to diagnose those with diabetes, and to monitor those with diabetes. And as you know from the UK PDS study, 1% reduction, or every 1% reduction in HbA1c lowers the risk for diabetes-related deaths and for comorbidities related to diabetes. The Affinion offers an HbA1c point-of-care test that is very easy to perform. So you have a sampling device integrated in the cartridge. You need 1.5 microliter capillary blood. You place then the sampling device back to the cartridge and the cartridge to the meter, and you get the results within just 3 minutes. Let's come to the advantages of point-of-care testing. There are, of course, first clinical benefits, like an increased compliance with testing frequency as recommended by guidelines. And several studies also showed that there is an improvement of the HbA1c value. Besides the clinical benefits, there are operational and economic efficiencies. For example, a reduction of follow-up letters, follow-up phone calls, or revisits. And I will show on the next slides that there are also time savings. Also, the satisfaction of patients has been investigated, and there has been shown that there is an improved patient understanding, motivation, and satisfaction using HbA1c point-of-care testing. And of course, point-of-care testing is also ideal for any kind of screening events because you get the results right at the same time when the patient is presenting and can discuss immediately the next steps with him or her. In this study, we looked at 3 German medical practices and looked at the impact on workflow and physician, staff, and patient satisfaction. So usually you have 4 HbA1c measurements in Germany every year. And per quarter, you have 2 appointments with the physician, one to select the venous blood, and the other one to discuss the results once they are available from lab. And after introduction of point-of-care testing in these 3 medical practices, we could show a significant 80% reduction in scheduled visits, a 75% reduction in venous blood collections, and 5.3 times more often, the therapy could be discussed at the first appointment. We also looked at the times it needs to collect the blood, venous blood, capillary blood, how long it takes to fill out the lab order form or to do the control measurement of the point-of-care device, or how long the situation at the reception desk is taking, or how long it takes to schedule a visit. And we calculated those numbers for a 40-hour working week for 1,000 patients and 4 HbA1c measurements per year. And still with one of those measurements being a venous blood collection. So we did that conservatively. You see that practice number 2 did not show any time savings. They needed quite long to do the capillary blood sampling as long as for the venous blood sampling. That was totally different for practice 1 and 3. They showed a time saving of 20 or even 22 days. That means they save in a year around 1 month for their staff, where this time can be used for other work that needs to be done. For time reasons, I cannot show all the results regarding the satisfaction of physicians, staff, and patients. Just want to highlight a few statements from physicians regarding workflow. They highlighted the high flexibility, having point-of-care tests available, the shortening of the process, and that there are no revisits of patients. Regarding treatment aspects, they highlighted the immediate therapy, the possibility to have immediate therapy decisions, and also that there has been an improvement of compliance, or they at least expect an improvement of compliance as patients get immediately involved in therapy. The statements regarding the satisfaction have been all positive for patients, for physicians, and for the staff. And I can imagine that especially in the situation in India, where some patients will have to travel from rural regions about 1 day to visit the physician, that this is a specific benefit for them, that they have to do that just once instead of twice. Let's come to the accuracy. Usually when you have a lab value and there is a difference between lab and point of care value, most people think the lab value is the right one and the point of care value is wrong. But that is not true anymore, because in the recent years there has been a big improvement of the performance. And in this article from Dr. Emma English and Dr. Erna Lentas-Westra, this is highlighted. They talk about point-of-care myths and facts, and they are very experienced with performance studies. And they state here in the subtitle that the performance of some devices is matching or even outperforming routine laboratory instruments. In another article, they give a nice checklist. If you want to make a decision which point-of-care device to choose, you may go through this checklist. And I want to do that with Affinion as an example. We launched the Affinion HbA1c assay in 2005. It has, of course, CE mark. It's also FDA approved. So we have an experience now since 15 years. And since this is possible, the test gets certified every year by the IFCC and the NGSP. And that demonstrates its accuracy and traceability to the results of the IFCC reference measurement procedure and to the landmark DCCT reference method. The performance has also been investigated in several studies. Ask if you have to make a decision about the devices. Ask the manufacturer about the publication list. The performance of the Affinion has been found to be very good and has been judged recently to be excellent. And studies consistently found a bias close to zero and precision well below 2% CV. So what does that mean? A bias is a general shift of values. It may be a shift to higher values, then it's a positive bias, or a shift to lower values, then it's a negative bias. The responsibility here is at the manufacturer. The precision is measured with the coefficient of variation, the CV, and that reflects the dispersion. You want to have the dispersion as small as possible. Of course, you can have both. You can have a bias and you can have a bad high CV. You also want to know not only how is the performance in the lab using venous blood, but you also want to know how is the performance in the hand of the end users. And one possibility to do that is to look at proficiency testing data. I will highlight an example of external quality assessment data from NOCLUS, that's the proficiency data from Norway. But you may also have a look at the CAP surveys. When you just Google NGSP, click on CAP data, you can download those reports. Let's come to the NOCLUS results, the proficiency data from 7 surveys in 2017 and 2018 with 5,800 Affinion participants. And these are reflected in this graph. On the x-axis, you find the bias, the positive bias here on the right side and the negative bias on the left side. And on the y-axis, you find the CV. And the results of the point-of-care devices are reflected by squares, and the red ones are those from the Affinion. And you see the Affinion has a small bias close to zero and has a CV below 2%, and compared to the other competitors showed a better performance. And when we look at the lab methods reflected by the circles, you see also the Affinion has a quite small bias, better than the lab methods, and the CV is comparable to the CV of the COBAS system. The CV data are all below here, below 2%. So very good data showing that the performance is matching the performance of lab methods. Of course, you also want to know how is the performance using capillary blood. So you should also look at publications where the performance has been investigated at healthcare settings with non-laboratory operators using fingerstick capillary blood. And for the Affinion test, we have also have shown in 2 studies that the performance is also reliable in the hand of those users using capillary blood. And last but not least, I would like to highlight that the Affinion HbA1c test was the first that got clearance by the FDA to be used as an aid in the diagnosis of diabetes. Beside the HbA1c test, you may also measure the lipid panel and the ACR with the Affinion. And you know that cardiovascular disease and kidney disease, these are double as often in diabetes patients compared to adult population without diabetes. And also available as a test on the Affinion is the CRP, which supports the ruling out of the need of antibiotics in patients presenting with acute respiratory tract infections. And there is now overwhelming evidence that this is really working. So I summarize. There are high numbers of people with diabetes in India, 77 million with diabetes and 44 million around with undiagnosed diabetes. HbA1c helps to screen, diagnose, and monitor those patients. And there are several advantages of HbA1c point-of-care testing, like clinical benefits, improvement of the workflow, time savings, higher flexibility, and the treatment decision can be achieved with just one single office visit. The performance of some devices are matching or even outperforming routine lab methods. And if you are asked to, or if you want to select a point-of-care device, you should look at the CE mark and FDA approval, whether the test is certified by IFCC and NGSP. Ask for a publication list, look at the performance versus routine, and especially reference methods. Look at external quality assessment data and also performance at healthcare settings using capillary blood. The performance of the Athenian has been just recently been judged to be excellent. It has a bias close to 0 and precision well below 2% CV. And beside the HbA1c test, you may also measure the lipid panel and the ACR and also the CRP test. Thanks a lot for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Susan, for a very nice talk on HbA1c. Do we take questions now or after the...
After the second session, we can.
All right, Dr. Sharma, over to you to introduce the next speaker.
So, thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Banshi and Dr. Sanjay. And for the next, I invite Dr. Mubarak Naqvi. He is from medical head of the Institute for Based Therapies for China and emerging countries, a region that includes Latin America, Africa, Eurasia, Middle East, and Asia. He specializes in clinical drug development and the medical affairs. Sanofi. Dr. Mubarak, now the stage is yours.
A very good afternoon to everybody. Let me just share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yep.
We can.
All right. Thank you, RSSDI, for this opportunity, and Dr. Banshi Saboo and rest of the organizing committee for this important meeting. My discussion topic today is patient empowering solutions for insulin and connected ecosystem. Now, the first is very briefly, in 1 or 2 slides, I will touch the unmet need, then the connected ecosystem, and then one of the components of this connected ecosystem that is already operational in India, which is My Dose Coach. I will spend a little bit of time on that as well. So we all know that in the last 5 to 10 years especially, there has been an explosion of new drugs in diabetes. Number of new discoveries, number of new categories of molecules have also been introduced, which has given a lot of empowerment to the physicians, a lot of things in the arsenal of the physicians to customize it to the patient needs. What unfortunately is also true, that the outcomes have not been improving despite this explosion of new options. If you look at the IDMPS study, which was conducted in the emerging countries, including India, we see that HbA1c targets of less than 7% haven't really moved over the last 12 years. If at all, they have actually come down if we look at this, this study. Which means that while we have a lot of good things in our arsenal, there is some gap somewhere, probably because diabetes management is a very, very disruptive process in people's lives. So if you look at the graphic up on the upper side of the slide, this is perhaps the life of a diabetes patient where a lot of things need to be done, a lot of nudges need to be taken, a lot of work needs to be done. On the other, compared to a person who is non-diabetic, where the life may be relatively simpler. So what do we do for a patient whose life has been disrupted because of this disease, who needs to make a lot of adjustments in the daily life? What should be done? Perhaps out of many important things that need to be done for people living with diabetes, empowerment appears to be one of the key factors that need further attention from the healthcare community like us, how to get the patient involved in their care, how to empower them to take care of themselves better. And several studies across the world, including one in India, we have seen that patients have demonstrated that when they are empowered, then there can be better outcomes, better titration, and better results. How do we do that? There are several ways of empowering the patient. Physician and healthcare provider conversation with the patient is one important thing. But in this digital age, when practically every aspect of our life has been impacted by digital, some for the good and some for the not so good, healthcare, although it has been impacted by digital technology, but not to the extent that our other aspects of our life have been. So one aspect could be to explore that what can digital technology do to further empower the patient, to improve the outcomes, to get that important link between the healthcare practitioners and the patient, to strengthen that link so that patient can take care of themselves with the active supervision and advice of their healthcare providers. And for that, different organizations, including ours, has been working on many digital ecosystems. So the one that we are working on includes a smart insulin delivery device, which is a connected pen, which is supported by smart glucose monitoring, which is connected CGM and titration, and cloud-to-cloud communication. So what that means is that the data on the insulin pen, the data on the glucose monitoring device, the data on titration, everything is connected to each other in the cloud. And in that cloud, there's not even decision making and communication happening, but also a very interesting analytics are being thrown in. And that analytics are useful for patients as well as healthcare providers. And all of this together is what the digital decision support system is. And on this digital decision support system, on one side is the patient who gets delivered personalized interventions and even nudges. Diabetes is all about lifestyle and tiny bit of nudges that are not interfering in the patient's daily life are very important and very useful, as has been shown by many studies, including the ones that are done in India. The reducing the cognitive burden on the patient, enabling behavior change, which has been the biggest challenge for diabetes patients, how to bring about behavior change. And we have seen that digital technology has the power and the ability to do that. And on the other side of this digital support system are the healthcare providers, the doctors and their support teams, where this helps in improvement of decision-making, improvement in practice efficiency, and effectiveness of care. So for example, one of the solutions that we have developed, it gives a very nice dashboard to the clinicians. And in that dashboard, the physicians can actually see on a live basis what is going on with their patients individually as well as collectively as a group, whether the average A1Cs are going up or going down or remaining static, whether the FPGs are changing. And I'll show you some of that in the next couple of slides. So what are these patient empowering solutions? There are some for monitoring, motivation that lead to better adherence. So monitoring and motivation include some apps that can give nudges, some text messages that can give nudges to the patient, gentle nudges to do things that they were supposed to do at a given time or date. Connected pens that I've just mentioned, the digital technology that can do continuous glucose monitoring. Then there are some support in initiation, delivering the right support for the right patient at the right time, which can be digital as well as physical. And then titration, where the patients can be empowered to take the right dose. Why do we need all of this? Because we know that only 50% of the people adhere to their therapy. That's why monitoring and motivation is important. Why is titration important? Because we know that titration is one of the key issues, and only our national average dose is very, very low, and a very small percentage of patients actually up-titrate their insulins. And we know that insulin initiation is late. On an average, it starts when A1C is about 9.2%. Hence, all these solutions are needed in order to provide that support to the patient. As I mentioned, one of the components of this digital ecosystem that we are working on is My-Dose Coach, which is already launched in India. And a lot of our clinicians are using it. This is a digital solution from us, which is a user-friendly mobile app to help patients self-titrate. The decision on what dose to take, how much to titrate, how much not to titrate is entirely of the physician. And each physician for each patient can give a customized dose algorithm. That is what the system enables. This is not a preset algorithm that has been developed by a company or somebody else. Every patient, every physician can have their own customized, individualized dose titration algorithm. And that is fed into the system and is delivered to the patient at the other end. And the patient uses that, and there is a web portal for the doctors to monitor the patients. And this is cleared by the US FDA as a Class 2 medical device. In terms of results, we have done several real-world studies on this in India and in some other countries like Mexico and other countries as well, where what we have seen is that most of the patients who consistently used, most of the patients who consistently used My-Dose Coach were able to successfully titrate their basal insulin dose. And in a resource-constrained countries like ours, where we cannot afford multiple diabetes educators per clinic, and each patient to be monitored by a diabetes educator, this kind of a digital system is very useful. And as you can see on the right, there is a considerable reduction in fasting plasma glucose and a reasonable increase in the dose as well. And both of these things led to better outcomes in the diabetes management. In another study, what we have seen is that out of about 1,100 patients, 1,200 patients, about 46.8% patients were able to achieve their fasting plasma glucose targets. As you know, that in real world settings, this number is much smaller, closer to some 14 to 20%. So this is a reasonable enhancement in real world settings. The time to target, which is extremely important, was only 17.3 days. So in less than 20 days, the patients can actually achieve their targets. And the conclusion, and hypoglycemia rates are very low. So we can conclude that My-Dose Coach can encourage users to engage in their own care, empower them, help the healthcare professionals and clinicians to empower their patients and accelerate target achievement of blood glucose. So in summary, empowering and engaging patients in their diabetes treatment is very key, is the need of the hour. Connected ecosystems can further improve decision-making for healthcare practitioners and deliver personalized interventions to people with diabetes. And My-Dose Coach, which is a component of this connected ecosystem, is a simple digital solution for basal insulin initiation and can be used very effectively for titration of the dose and achieving the glycemic targets that we want to achieve individually for our patients. So this, in short, is, in very brief, in 15 minutes, is what is the connected ecosystem that we are working on. Of course, migrating from a physical system to a digital system is not easy, neither for the clinicians nor for the patients. We understand those challenges, and for that, we have engaged with expert clinicians like yourselves on a number of occasions, and we will continue to do that to understand the needs of the clinicians on one hand and patients on the other. That is it from my side. Thank you so much. I will be happy to answer questions later on. Thank you.
So, thank you, Dr. Mubarak, for a wonderful talk on this app and the electronic system. I would just like to ask, this is very good for the basal insulin administration and the calculation of the dose and alteration. What about the basal bolus regime and also the pre-mixed insulins being used?
Thank you, Dr. Sharma, for that very pertinent question. So right now, we are in the beta version of a system, an algorithm for basal bolus as well. For premix, it's a little bit more complicated that we will perhaps take later on. But yeah, for basal bolus, and also for fixed ratio combination of GLP-1 and insulin, that is Soliqua, which is our product, which will be launched in India later on. We are working on solutions for all the three groups.
Dr. Naqvi, if I can, thanks for that update. And some of us have been using the app, the Sanofi app, and the basic seems to be, at least in India, is in the algorithms which are based on the app or based on AI. As long as you're telling patients +2, -2, they may still accept it. But the algorithms are based on the sugar. So suppose the sugar comes as 200, 220, the app is going to say make it +6, +8. So every time there is a suggestion which is on the higher numbers, none of the patients are comfortable following that. And that is where they again need to interact with the physician and then confirm. So the whole purpose of this being kind of automatic or based on AI gets lost in at least our ecosystem the moment it's beyond the +2, -2.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Chawla, for that important question. So as I mentioned, the algorithm is totally and absolutely in the hands of the physicians. So it's not a Sanofi suggested algorithm, although there are a few standard ones that are placed in there. But if you are more comfortable with, for example, the Canadian one unit per day, if you're more comfortable with only 2 units at a given point in time, you don't want to increase it by 6 units or 4 units because your patients will not be comfortable with that. It is perfectly okay to do that. And there are methods to put in those algorithms where the increase in dose is gradual. And there is also the capability that increase can be by 6 units. So it is totally, and depending on, that's why it is customized to each patient. If you see that your patient is comfortable increasing by 6 units, you can give that algorithm. Otherwise, you can set your own algorithm as well, and we'll be happy to help in that.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you.
I agree with Manoj, Dr. Naqvi. Wonderful presentation. The only thing is that I feel putting it into practice is what is very much required from the Sanofi side, because despite a lot of patients are on basal, still the voice across is still much less than what it should have been. And I feel you have now at least given us little solace that we can have the alterations done at our end, and we can actually make it more customized for our practice. Beautiful. Yeah.
Thank you, Dr.
Suzanne.
I will take that.
I have a question for Suzanne.
Yeah.
A wonderful talk on HbA1c, but there are pitfalls. There are certain conditions where you will find falsely elevated HbA1c or falsely low HbA1c. Would you like to just throw some light on that?
Yeah, there are conditions where you have to be very careful with the interpretation of the HbA1c result, and that are all conditions that affect the red blood cell turnover, like sickle cell disease, of course, hemolytic and other anemias, recent blood loss or transfusion, use of drugs that stimulate erythropoiesis, if the patient is on dialysis or in pregnancy. So all what is affecting red blood cell turnover will also affect HbA1c results in general.
There is an important study which had come, which showed that if there is iron deficiency, you could get a falsely elevated HbA1c. Even if the hemoglobin is normal and there is a relative iron deficiency, HbA1c can be high. And in our country, anemia is not uncommon. So here you could see a falsely elevated, if you have B12 or iron deficiency. These are common things which I think a practitioner should keep in mind when interpreting HbA1c. Any comment?
Thank you.
So, sir, I think what you're mentioning are in general the pitfalls of HbA1c, the limitations. In fact, Dr. Viral also showed that this morning. It's an Indian paper published in IJEM. If I can move ahead on that, sir. So, Dr. Susan, thanks for the talk, because essentially you're speaking on the point of care. And for many of us here in India, the point of care testing device has changed the way we are able to practice, get the HbA1c for patients. It has, of course, ramped up the ability to do HbA1c for every patient visiting the clinic. But there are some issues that we come up with, and a lot of us have been using your Affineon machines, which largely, if I believe, is boronate affinity based. for HbA1c, which has the least interference, what Dr. Panikkar was referring to. But there are still issues in terms of codes coming up, which may be related to temperature issues, and across India it's pretty diverse. We have Dr. Sunil Gupta here from Nagpur, which tends to have extreme of temperatures, and that tends to affect the results in our clinics. So are there means to minimize those interferences and not keep getting the codes, whether it is for the lipid profile point of care testing or the HbA1c, so that people don't end up wasting their reagents and the time to turn over for those reports?
Oh, that's an interesting question. Thank you. I think you need, do you have any climate control in the offices? I think at least into the frame.
So I think what's happened in the past is there have been no clear instructions from the makers about, yes, of course, if this needs to be stored in refrigeration. What we realized after a period of time was that it may be in the refrigeration, but you need to remove it and bring it to room temperature at least an hour before able to use it. And there are certain standard instructions which we wish now would probably be better that it's given to us as standardized from the maker, rather than individual users realizing that in the course of time and not landing up wasting with those codes coming up every now and then.
I'm not sure what the question is, but you need to follow, of course, the instructions of use, and you find the frame for the temperatures and how to handle the sampling device in the instructions of use, and that needs to be followed to have the performance as we have seen that in several studies.
Okay,
and,
sure. Fine. Sorry. Finally, just to get the what more tests can we expect from the same machines in point of care, like TSH and other things I know you're working on? What more tests can we expect can be done through the point of care machines?
Mode desk. I don't understand what you're asking for. That's my problem.
No. Which more tests can we be able to do in future with the point of care machine? Other laboratory investigations that we'll be able to do through this machine beyond the HbA1c and lipid profile and CRP. Are there other tests that we'll be able to do in the future?
So what is coming? I'm sorry that I cannot talk about that. So that is confidential. In EBIT, we just talk about tests that really are launched already. So what is in the pipeline? I cannot talk about. I'm sorry about that.
Okay.
Manoj, I understand that you are hinting on something brought by Chanakya, where multiple tests are available, including creatinine, urea.
Creatinine is very important. Calculated eGFR, because that's the real point of care testing, along with A1C. If creatinine is done, you can.
Creatinine. Okay, that's one of the top on the top list of what is worked on.
The second can be the microalbumin.
Susan, do we have the accuracy data available in pregnancy? You said pregnancy in a passing reference that you might have a variation in HbA1c, and we are aware of it. Now, do we have any accuracy data available in pregnancy, or do you say that in pregnancy we should not be doing the point of care testing at all?
In pregnancy, you should, at the first trimester, you might use recording according to the guidelines. You might use HbA1c, but in the following trimesters, it's more recommended to use the oral glucose tolerance test because HbA1c is affected. You need to have that on your mind if you use HbA1c in pregnancy.
No, my concern is, do we have any data from your point of care device on pregnancy?
No, there are no specific data on pregnancy.
Dr. Sunil, this is something like getting the HbA1c done from the lab or doing it from point of care testing. You have to make your own interpretation and under which condition we are getting it done, whether it is anemia, whether it is CKD, or whether it is pregnancy. So it is only a point of care testing device which we are doing, which is more, say, feasible in day-to-day practice.
Yeah, it's standardized. It should have the same results as lab method or other methods.
Right. So
Close the session now. Sharma
If there is no other questions, thank you to both these speakers for the wonderful presentation. And I thank my co-chair, Dr. Vijay Panikar. Special thanks to Dr. Banshi, Dr. Sanjay, and all people who have taken part in this discussion. Thank you very much. And now we hand over the proceedings to the...
I would also like to thank all the speakers and of course Banshi and his entire team, including Sanjay and Manoj and all the others. Good show.
Thank you.
Over to the next group.
Thank you, Dr. Panikar. Thank you, Dr. Sharma. I think let's play a video for it now. The last technology video.
Pseudoscan, the 2-minute pseudomotor function test. Pseudoscan is an FDA-cleared medical device that measures sweat gland function as an indicator for small fiber peripheral neuropathy. The test does not require specialized training, preparation, or certification, and only takes 2 minutes to perform. The patient is asked to put his hands and feet on the stainless steel sensor plates. They must be centered on the plate for maximum skin to electrode contact. Movement must be avoided, and the patient must not be touched during the scan. The patient's name, ID, age, gender, weight, and height are typed into the analyzer. The test starts when the scan button is pressed. As the test starts, the sensor plates auto-calibrate, and a small direct current of less than 4 volts is applied to both the hand and foot sensor plates. The chloride ions from the sweat glands are attracted to the stainless steel plates. The chloride conductance is quantified and acts as a biomarker to assess sweat gland function in relation to small nerve structure. Pseudoscan can distinguish between asymmetric and symmetric small nerve fiber damage by swapping electrode polarity during scanning, thus allowing Pseudoscan to differentiate between an isolated unilateral peripheral neuropathy and a peripheral autonomic neuropathy. A double beep indicates that the scan is complete. The patient's report is automatically generated. The measured conductances are expressed in microsiemens. A conductance of greater than or equal to 60 microsiemens indicates good sweat function. A conductance between 40 and 60 microsiemens indicates moderate sweat function and suggests possible early signs of peripheral autonomic neuropathy. A conductance of less than or equal to 40 microsiemens indicates poor sweat function and suggests possible advanced peripheral autonomic neuropathy. The amount of observed asymmetry is an indicator of the type of peripheral neuropathy. For example, symmetrical peripheral neuropathy would be consistent with either a pre-diabetic or diabetic complication. Follow-up schedules are determined by the patient's pseudoscan conductance level and the asymmetry observed between the left and right sides. A patient with poor sweat function and/or high asymmetry should receive medical evaluation and is encouraged to retest in 3 months. A patient with good sweat function and low asymmetry can proactively retest within 6 to 9 months for preventative monitoring. Pseudoscan is an innovative and easy-to-use medical device. The test is fast, quantitative, reproducible, non-invasive, and doesn't require any patient preparation. For more information, please feel free to contact your local Impedo medical representative.
I welcome you back to the last session, the state-of-the-art lecture. And for that, I invite 2 senior people, Dr. Sunil Gupta and Dr. Anuj Maheshwari. Both of them are wonderful people and great mentors of mine. I would like the CV of Dr. Sunil Gupta and Dr. Anuj Maheshwari to come on screen, please. Dr. Sunil Gupta is based in Nagpur and Dr. Anuj Maheshwari sir is based in Lucknow. Dr. Sunil Gupta is a pioneer when it comes to work in diabetes and pregnancy. He is extensively involved in the work of DIPSI. He's also very much involved in spreading diabetes education across the India. He's been involved in the RSSDI and has numerous positions in the executive committee of RSSDI. The slide is not very clear, Hardik. Could you please make
the treasurer for RSSDI? and multiple awards and multiple fellowships which he is having. He is from Nagpur. Now you can start with the second, Dr. Anuj.
Dr. Anuj Maheshwari is from Lucknow. He's the Vice President of RSSDI presently. He's also the Governor General of the American College of Physicians India chapter. He's been awarded numerous awards and orations across India and done extensive work in diabetes, pan-India, and is an extremely good individual at heart, because it's important that all our two people are good individuals and they're fantastic people to get along with. And I would request them to kindly chair this session and proceed with a state-of-the-art lecture with Dr. Pratik Chaudhary.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mithun and Banshi. Congratulations, Sanjay, Banshi, and the whole team of technology, Jyotidev and Manoj and everyone. Dr. Pratik Chaudhary, this face and this name is not new to our country. He is very frequent visitor for most of the national and international meetings which are being organized in our country. He is a man of technology. He is a professor of diabetes and at the University of Leicester, having joined there recently after 15 years at King's College London. He has clinical research interest into the mechanism and management of hypoglycemia unawareness and the use of education technology, especially new insulin pumps and CGM. He is work package lead for HypoResolve consortium. Within that, PI of large multinational study evaluating the biology and psychological impact of sensor-detected hypoglycemia. He is a chair of Diabetes Technology Network UK, medical advisor to the Department of Transport, associate editor for Diabetic Medicine, and member of ESDPG Education Committee. Over to you, Dr. Pratik Chaudhary. He is going to speak on improving glycemic variability and hypoglycemia through technology.
Unmute.
Yeah, thank you very much for the kind introduction, and of course, always a pleasure to come back, even if it is just virtually, to India. And that's the last slide, and meet up with all my friends who we've made up over the time. And I think it's really nice to see the push and this desire to get the kind of a technology adopted, and certainly with a country with India's the number of people we have and the size of the country, using technology to improve our healthcare is really important. And again, I think looking at some of the conversations happening, it was a group like yourselves who got together in the UK and said, we have a diabetes UK, and like RSSDI, we have ABCD here, which is an organization of consultants. But we felt that was too broad. They had a focus on type 2 diabetes and therapies, and we needed a technology focus. And we created Diabetes Technology UK. We spoke to the sponsors. We made that subgroup within the main organization. And through that, we have position papers, we have education modules, and we managed to get the people who focused on education to come together. So it's nice to see that mirror happening in India, and it'd be good to connect up DTN UK and DTN India with some future collaborations. So congratulations to all of you for setting this up, and thanks, of course, for the invitation to speak. And in the course of the 2 days, you've had some amazing international speakers who are more reputed and more famous than I am, but I'm honored that I have the opportunity to do the final talk here. So my disclosures. And I think broadly, whenever any of you see any patient, whatever therapy adjustment you're trying to do, we're trying to change this huge seesaw variability of control into a flat trace. Whether you see someone who's running lots of hypoglycemia, you're trying to bring them back into range. Whether someone's running very high, you're trying to bring them down. And we all recognize variability when we see it, and we all recognize a trace that is in line, that is low variability when we see it as well. But in the more insulin deficient the person becomes in type 2 diabetes, or of course in type 1 diabetes, the more glycemic variability they get. And the variability is directly related to your C-peptide function. And the more variability you get, the more challenging it becomes to make the right decision. So this is a slide I use a lot because it highlights the fact that there is each color, of course, is a different day. And not only do you have variability within the day, but in every day, the same time of day has a different glucose profile. So overnight here, some nights it's high, some nights it's low. And this is where it becomes very difficult to have an algorithm, to have a decision whether to increase the basal or reduce the basal. And that's why once you get C-peptide reduction, we're not covering the causes of these of this variability. And it was interesting to hear the talk by an industry colleague about decision tools. They're very helpful in the type 2 scenario where you have a good amount of C-peptide, so the traces are far less variable. But as soon as you get insulin deficient, this makes it challenging. So one of the rules I had was, number one, what you can't measure, you can't change. And so if, so we measure HbA1c, and that tells us whether the new treatment we gave or the treatment change we made, did it work? And if you imagine you got high HbA1c or low HbA1c, and you have high variability and low variability. So HbA1c we measure when we can. If we don't get it, we can use mean glucose, which can be calculated off blood glucose meters or CGMs. Variability, typically people talk about standard deviation. And then this new concept that you've again heard a lot of in the last 2 days of time in range and time below range become important because they combine variability and mean glucose. And actually, if you have the CGM profiles, you use Libre profiles, it gets around some of that issues that you were discussing earlier about HbA1c and how it gets impacted. Because if you are a high glycosylator, low glucosylator, at the end of the day, whatever the patient's HP comorbidity is, you want to focus on the glucose and the amount of time they spend in range. So the root cause of variability at any point in time is a momentary mismatch between the delivery and the requirement. So at some point, whether it's pre-meal, post-meal, basal, post-exercise, at that moment, there's that mismatch that's causing the hypoglycemia. And so a lot of it depends on, can we learn how to teach the patient to adjust the insulin or get a technology to adjust the insulin? So whenever I'm confronted with someone who has high variability, they will almost always have high hypoglycemia, or vice versa. Someone has lots of hypos, definitely these two numbers, hypoglycemia and variability, are linked, correlated very tightly. So you want to quantify the problem. How much is this hypoglycemia, so that when you make a change, what you can't measure, you can't change. We identify the cause, and there's a kind of a basic outlook there, which is secondary causes, therapy setup, and behaviors. And so when we talk about finding a hypo, certainly I've focused in on Abbott Technologies because that is what is widely used in India at the moment. But again, the most important thing, you very quickly get a time percentage below hypo, you get number of events and durations. And you can get on this screen here, whether it's nighttime or daytime. So in a quick picture, when the patient has variability or hypoglycemia, you can assess it. But there's an important caveat to remember. And this is a trace of Libre and me. And as you can see here, overnight, consecutively, I'm showing multiple hours with glucose less than 3. 60, and then there's a study that was done in Denmark that showed 60% of these CGM hypos were asymptomatic, even in people known to have good awareness. So you've got to interpret this with a little bit of caution sometimes. But in a non-diabetic person with good C-peptide, having some glucose in the mid-2s, maybe not as dangerous. In someone who's very insulin deficient, that starts becoming more dangerous. You then, of course, the machine gives you some causes of hypoglycemia, but the main thing we look at in terms of variability is what's the spread and width of these light blue bands, because they tell you things that are happening on occasional basis. And as a rule of thumb, the variability or the breadth of the dark blue band on an AGP will tell you about things that are wrong with your therapy setup. Is your basal wrong, or is your bolus wrong? Is the dose is wrong? And the light blue bits at the top and bottom, they tell you about things that have happened on a few occasions. So they're usually things that happen on an individual day. And that might be something to say, when this happens, you have to behave in a certain different way to avoid those hypos. And again, when you look at the trace, sometimes I like looking at the density of these red dots to see where is it more common, because that's where you can focus your time when we don't have so much time to look at. And hypos can be due to multiple different reasons. You have a glucose that comes down and then moves sharply up, and we get this Nike tick box like sign, and that is when the patient has treated the hypo. You get these long, deep overnight hypos, which are silent and asymptomatic, and actually don't seem to cause much problem if they are few. As you can see here, prolonged nighttime hypo. The whole night is hypo. Patient wakes up, you get the sharp upstroke, which is when the patient has treated it. And then in the day, you get these really short hypos where the patient is feeling it and moving. And it's very clear that the ability of the patient to detect hypoglycemia in the night is much lower than in the day. In the night, people will drop down below 50 milligram per deciliter often before they will feel the hypos, whereas in the day, they might feel it at 70 or 80. So once you've used the technology to identify and quantify the hypoglycemia, the main push is, yes, you can adjust the insulin, the treatment, the doses. But beyond that, there's a point where technology comes in. And one of the terms through the Diabetes Technology Network UK that I've been trying to implement, which helps in the UK, certainly the decision makers and the payers to understand, is in type 2 diabetes, there's a very clear mindset. Okay, yeah, I've got monotherapy, I start 1 tablet, dual therapy, start 2 tablets, triple therapy, start 3 tablets. And maybe we can think about diabetes technology for insulin-treated patients in the same way, where you have technology monotherapy, which could be either glucose sensing or insulin pump therapy. And then you can have technology dual therapy, which is when you combine the two together. And in the situation where the person is paying, that kind of stepwise approach starts to make a lot of sense. And we published this evidence-based algorithm for problematic hypoglycemia now 5 years ago. But again, the first line was education, of course, but the second line was technology monotherapy. And we put pump and sensor at the same level. Actually, as the evidence has improved, now it's pretty clear that in people with problematic hypoglycemia, sensor technology is far superior than pumps. And actually, for the patient clinician, it's much quicker and easier to start as well. We are now here during the COVID situation doing sensor starts remotely, very easily over Zoom. And so this is the kind of pathway that with Diabetes Technology Network we came up with, the monotherapy, as you can see here, which can be either pump in the UK that's given by NICE, but primarily that is flash glucose monitoring because it's the cheapest one. And then people who are unaware, we move as the first line thing being a sensor alone, most likely Dexcom. And then again, if that doesn't work, then we can go on to dual therapy where we combine the two. And now currently with a lot of the closed loop therapies, that is the way to go. And again, to make the point about the relationship between HbA1c and time in range, if we are thinking about a time in range target of 60 and 70, all these blue lines are where sensor was given alone, technology monotherapy. And it gets you it buys you about 10% increase from 40 to 50, 50 to 60% time in range. But if we're looking to get to 70% time in range with low hypoglycemia, really consistently, it's only when you automate with closed loop that you can achieve that. So this was a study that looked at using flash versus CGM in people who are hypo unaware. And it is clear that although that in this study, there was no reduction in hypoglycemia in those people who are unaware using flash. And so this was a really clear differentiator for us to say that if you have lost the warnings, then you need a system that have alarms. And the data for the alarm study came from the HypoDE study, where they took 100 plus patients with unawareness and gave them the Dexcom sensors alone, and they had a reduction in about as you can see here, 36% reduction in. Sorry, that's a 64% reduction in episodes requiring third-party assistance. But again, there was no change in those needing medical intervention. So there was a small group of people where this didn't seem to have a benefit, where they were ending up in hospital. But where there was someone to help them, where the alarm, the sensor would alert, and maybe through the share functions, their carer or their person living with them would find out, it avoided, it helped them out in that situation with in treating. Pump therapy, of course, also has a reduction in hypoglycemia. Pump therapy, the data says it's far more effective at reducing hypoglycemia than it is in improving A1C. And in this meta-analysis that's now quite old, actually, there was a 4-fold reduction. But these are the data from our unit in Kings where I was working. And I want to focus on this red line because there's a common myth that you have to choose between HbA1c or hypoglycemia. And in this data, people who went onto pump because of poor control, HbA1c above 9%, we dropped them by 1.5% with no increase in hypoglycemia. And on the people who went onto pump because of hypoglycemia problems, who had an average A1C of 7.5%, the hypoglycemia reduced significantly with no deterioration in control. And so this is all about being able to rearrange the insulin with the help of pumps. And you can see here, people who had a severe hypoglycemia baseline 3 events in the previous year dropped down to less than 0.5 events, which is below the background population rates that are seen. And then finally, I know this is a short presentation I'm rushing through, but I think the thing that's most exciting about reducing hypoglycemia, and in fact, I used to run the islet and pancreas transplant program at King's, where the indication for transplantation is hypoglycemia. And we really struggle to get people through to the transplant program, because if we give them technology dual therapy, if we give them sensor augmented pump and hybrid closed loops, then the hypoglycemia simply disappears completely. And there has been a strong progression of technology in the last 10 years. I've been involved in studies that did insulin shutoff, the Medtronic VO system, which stopped the insulin, and it reduced the injuries after hypoglycemia, but didn't stop the hypo. Then we had the predictive low glucose suspend with the Medtronic 640, which reduced the incidence of hypos by half. But again, there were still some events that went through. And now, of course, we've got studies going with the 670 and the 780 systems, where the algorithm is more aggressive, more intensive. And actually now the patient can sit back and get on with their life and be confident that the system will keep them in euglycemia, especially overnight, but even to a high degree during the day. And with these systems now, we're getting time in ranges of high 70s, mid 80s with these systems with less than 0.5% time in hypoglycemia. Just to mention, the only real randomized study in people with hypoglycemia was the SMILE study, which I was involved in developing and conducting, which was an RCT of a pump alone versus SAP with 640 system. And actually, if you look at it, you can see the number of events per week went from 4 hypos a week down to 1.1 in the intervention arm. The duration of those events was halved, and the time below hypo was reduced by 80%. And importantly, this was done with no change in HbA1c. It stayed at 7.5%. And the severe hypo rate went from 52 per 100 patient years, that is at least half an event or one event in 1 out of 2 patients, down to 8.5. And if you think the background population rate from observational data is around about 14 to 15 events per 100 patient years, what we're saying is that with predicted low suspend, the incidence of hypoglycemia is below the background rate, down at less than 1 in 10, even in this high risk population. So we can take the high risk population and take them below the low risk population numbers with this technology. And so if you look at the different studies that have used technology to reduce hypoglycemia, you can see studies that use technology monotherapy, HypoCompass, HypoDE, in control. They got people from a very high rate, more than 100 events per patient year, down to about 50, half rates. Of course, SMILE, when you put the dual therapy together, they took people from that monotherapy number and reduced it further below the kind of baseline rate that is said to be the low rate that you get. And finally, I think closed loop systems will take that further. And we're getting a lot of experience with these now. And again, if you look here, this is percentage of time below 54 milligram per deciliter. And in baseline groups, and this is on sensor augmented pump already, you're reading 1 to 1.5% time in range. And then when you put people on closed loop, you're getting numbers below 0.5%. That's less than 10 minutes in hypoglycemia per day. And that is with a HbA1c of over 7.5%. So as these systems start to move into our real world life, I think the incidence of hypoglycemia, hyper-awareness, if everyone could be on these systems, which is a utopia, a dream, then hypoglycemia will be a complete thing of the past. At the moment in the UK, we have the option of the Medtronic systems. We have the Roman Havorkas Cambridge system, which runs with a Dana pump and a Dexcom sensor through the app. And we have the Tandem. And actually, all three are very similar. The choice is a bit like choosing a BMW, a Mercedes, or a Audi. They're all fantastic devices with the same results. It's just a personal choice which one's better. So finally, I hope I've talked about the fact that I think technology is key to identify hypoglycemic variability. I think the simple technologies like flash monitoring used continuously or even intermittently in the Indian situation can make a huge reduction in hypoglycemic variability. But for those with problematic hypoglycemia at the bottom, I think at the moment, closed loop therapy can completely abolish problematic hypoglycemia. And so I think we have the tools here now to make hypoglycemia a thing of the past. Thank you. I hope I've kept the time.
Thank you, Pratik.
Thank you.
Fantastic talk.
Yes, Anuj.
Yes. It has really been a great deliberation, although we have been learning this hypoglycemia from you for a longer time, and especially with this new technology. And but as much as the technology is advancing, we are coming up with the intricacies of hypoglycemia more and more in our treatment part. Like now patients are coming up with 5 a.m. hypoglycemia. Red line of the Libre Pro is showing at the 5 a.m. in the morning, sometimes at the 3 p.m. or 4 p.m. after lunch. And of course, these things are avoiding to get the more of the risk of hypoglycemia if we can really take it. But sometimes it becomes more difficult to handle such kind of the treatment part, because patient is always telling us that why doctor this is happening to me. And I have seen few of my patients also showing this red line, even if they are on the GLP-1 receptor agonist, or even if they are on the DPP-4 inhibitors with the metformin. And it becomes very much difficult when we are using the fixed dose algorithm or fixed dose treatment for them. How can we get rid really such kind of the things there? Can you show some light on that?
Thank you, Anuji, and I think you're highlighting a really important point. And there's probably 3 points to that response to that question. I think the first thing is that in many of those patients, we are finding hypoglycemia that was always there, but when we didn't know about it, we didn't bother about it. And now we see it, so we can think about it. So some of those patients, that's the issue. But you're right. Certainly with Libre, we believe there is an overestimation of hypoglycemia. And I think the way to think about it is, I talked about early on the number of lines at a singular point. If it's happening once or twice, 1 or 2 times in a 14-day period, then it is something that happened that day and you do not change. So I talk a lot about when you're adjusting therapy, there are some things that are behavioral that happened on a certain day and you don't change the therapy for that. You say that is okay, it happens sometimes, and that is within limits, within your allowance of hypoglycemia. But if something is happening at a time on more than 40-50% of the time, that is when you make the change. So if on one night you get a red line overnight and it's okay on the other nights, then you don't need to change something for that number. And I think we reassure. I show this slide to my patients a lot of my trace that is hypo every night. Now that trace was taken during the ESD. And so at the ESD, I'm walking 18,000 steps per day. And in the evening, maybe I'll meet up with some friends and might have some wine or a couple of drinks. And we know with the exercise and alcohol, even a non-diabetic person will run hypoglycemic through the night. This is new finding, right? And then the next night when I was at home, the trace was absolutely flat. So a little bit of overnight hypoglycemia actually doesn't seem to matter. And there was a study again from Denmark where they measured mood and energy levels the next morning, and it doesn't matter. So this hypometric study that I'm driving, that one of the key questions we want to address is that, is it making us too much scared of hypoglycemia, and it's finding the threshold on CGM where you should be worried is a little bit lower than on the finger prick. So I think that's something that we are learning how to use this information.
Pratik, if I can ask you a question on that. So do you really think it's time for us to look at the range of sugar in terms of definition of hypoglycemia? Is it the same level through the day, or we actually have diurnal variations as what is significant sugar level to be defined as hypo in the day and other times of the day or night?
So my opinion is that it is different at night and day. And the purpose of my hypometric study, 600 patients, it's a 25 million EU project, will answer that question. But we know from other studies done back in the 80s that in the day, when you take the glucose down below 70, most people will be symptomatic in a non-diabetic person, right? Let alone diabetic person. But the same non-diabetic person at night, you need to take them down below 50 before they are symptomatic. So we know that when at night and when you're asleep, you need to be lower for longer. And actually, there's some old study showing mean glucose is a little bit lower at night than it is in the day. So a bit like we've learned about blood pressure having a diurnal variation and dipping at night. there is some evidence to support that for a glucose profile in healthy people as well. So I think we'll move in that direction.
Pratik, when we are doing the Pratik, when we are performing the AGP, this is the same question that we have discussed earlier. In clinical practice, we can have a clinical judgment on whether this can be a false hypoglycemia or it can be a real hypoglycemia. But when we are doing some research or when we are collecting the data, if there are false hypoglycemias, especially during the first 2 days or last 2 days, we can eliminate it when we are analyzing the data. But sometimes it will be full of hypos. So do you have any consensus on how to do a research with the LibrePro data by eliminating the hypos? Do we have any consensus on that?
I think that's a really good question, Jyotiji. And there isn't any consensus. And at the moment, all the data takes it all together. And scientifically, as long as if you got a comparator group, you should get the same error in both sides, right? So if you're comparing A and B and both have an error, the system always gives more hypo on day one and maybe sometimes the last day. So it will be balanced out in both sides of your study. And that's why it's really important to have a good comparator in any study, because in this sort of technical issues get balanced out so it doesn't matter. And then, as you said, you know your patient. If they're hypo aware, you get a bit of hypo. You might think about it. If they didn't feel it, maybe it was a false hypo. And again, as I said, I think with Libre data and AGP, what really counts is if there's 1 or 2 events in a week, then you can kind of let that go. For really making a therapeutic change, you want something that is, the dark blue system band should be getting close to the hypo range for you to say, actually, this is really a common thing. We need to change it. And we need to change our language to our patients to reassure them that an occasional hypo, people have this fear. If I go below 70, I will die. And what the data is telling us, that doesn't happen. Our body is really tolerant of hypoglycemia, actually. So it doesn't like bad, severe hypoglycemia. But mild, undetected hypoglycemia, there is no data showing that it has any impact on anybody.
Is Pratik the pressure on the sensor also, gives the hypoglycemia? In the night time, sometimes it's early in the morning, 4 or 5 o'clock, and it's actually there is no real hypoglycemia at that point of time.
Again, absolutely, you're talking. So sensor compression artifact, it was far more common with the Medtronic systems, the old Medtronic systems, where the thing was bulky as well. And sometimes you can see them very clearly as V-shaped dropouts, and they were there. I think with the modern Dexcom and Libre systems, we're not seeing it that much. The shape of those hypos seems to be really flat, and we get the same thing in other people. But it's when there's these small kind of U-shaped or V-shaped dropouts that they are more likely to be sensor compression artifact.
Sometimes we see hyperglycemia immediately after hypoglycemia, and sometimes we don't see that. The hyperglycemia is preceding hypoglycemia. So how to differentiate between both the conditions? That this hyperglycemia is just because of there was a preceding hypoglycemia, and there is suddenly the peak had come, or there are conditions when you just see the hypoglycemia and slowly it is increasing. Not in type 1. I'm talking in type 2 also.
In type 2 also. So actually, there are about 25 papers. What you're referring to is the old Somoji effect,
yes,
which a hypoglycemia causes hyper. And there are about 24, 25 papers in the literature that have been unable to find this on CGM, that it's So the paper was based on 7 people in 1932, the original Somoji paper. Okay, 7 patients from 1932, 3 of whom came off insulin, and that's what cured it. So I looked at the description of Somoji, and it was, very different. It's so, and then since then, there are about 25 papers that show that if you wake up low in the morning, you are low at night. If you wake up high in the morning, you are high in the night. So your fasting glucose is the best predictor of your overnight mean glucose. And I've done this study at least 3 times now in 3 different data sets, trying to find a single night even where someone had a nighttime hypo and woke up with a sugar more than 200. And in about 1,000 patients, I could see zero times this happen.
That's a Pratik effect, no more Somoji effect.
There is no more Somoji effect. If someone is low and goes up, they went up because they had food. And we say if the angle of the trace, the CGM angle, is more than 45 degrees, then that has to be food. When the angle is between 10 and 20 degrees, that is the insulin running out and the glucose coming back up. Because we know that overnight, counter regulation is less than 10% of what the counter regulation is in the day, even in type 1 and type 2 and non-diabetic.
What about the dawn phenomena?
Dawn phenomenon does exist.
The hyperglycemia, maybe at 7:30 or 8 o'clock, but the same patient, if you do their sugar at 6:30, the sugar comes absolutely fine. So sometimes, the AGP also gives us that what is the best time to get their fasting blood glucose, because some patients come and compare fasting plasma glucose is always high, but because they are doing their sugar level at 9 o'clock, they get up at 9 o'clock or 8 o'clock. But if you do their continuous glucose monitoring, you find that their 6:30,
6 o'clock sugar is lower.
This is very common.
So I think there's a very clear evidence. For example, in type 1 diabetes, you can see that there's a rise of maybe between 30 to 50 milligrams in that time frame. In some people, a little bit more. It's a bit mixed up because often this is because of the background running out as well. It's more pronounced in people on insulatard or Humulin insulin than in people on analog basals, and it's less in people on degludec. So to me, that tells me that it's part of it is the insulin dropping off. It is not a 24-hour insulin, and there are some studies looking at plasma insulin and glucose, but there is definitely a waking effect or a morning effect where the glucose rises because of cortisol growth hormone and other things. So the dawn phenomenon exists, but again, it's variable, and it doesn't happen in everybody every day. And with a consistent pattern, also think about the timing of the bedtime insulin, and whether it's the insulin running out. That's something to be aware of.
I think what Pratik is referring to, and there were always 3 reasons known for those highs in the morning, and this thing, one was somogi, which is being contested. Second was the waning effect, which he's referring to the insulin effect waning off, and third, of course, was dawn phenomena. Banshi, I'll take the liberty of taking some questions from the chat as our delegates have been waiting, and putting one question up to Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, and then Sanjay, there's a basic clinical question about a doctor asking as to why sometimes is the fasting sugar higher and the postprandial lower. Nothing to do with the waning or the dawn phenomena, but very often clinically you see the fasting may be higher than postprandial. Do you want to answer that?
We've seen this quite often, and I really don't know the answer. Maybe Pratik can highlight that to us, because we see this in normal people, and the common question that comes to us is, why am I getting a fasting higher than the post-meal values? So I let this pass to Pratik.
So I think you can hypothesize about certain reasons, and I've certainly also seen this as well. And to my mind, it's probably the basal insulin production that you're having is not enough, and then you have a meal. It stimulates a mealtime response, which is slightly delayed sometimes. So you do get the higher 1 hour peak, but by the time you measure it 2 or 3 hours, there's this delayed response of the C-peptide. And we see this kind of post-bariatric surgery where you measure insulins all the time, and you see there's not a lot of insulin in the fasting state, but when in the postprandial state, eventually you do get some delayed insulin surge that causes the late hypoglycemia at 2.5 to 3 hours. So that might be one of the.
I think he was talking about normal people, not post-bariatric. So in normal people, would it be related to the insulin resistance? Maybe in obese people, you get a more hyperinsulinic response. And that's why you probably have fasting, which may be on the higher side. And
I think, as you said, Sanjay, in some probably the hepatic glucose output is a larger contribution to the pre-diabetes stage, and that's where that's been more contributory than the postprandial sugar.
Typical of
reactive
normal post-glucose, possibly.
I was saying that this reactive hypoglycemia with a delayed post-meal hypoglycemia has been well described since the 60s and 70s in non-diabetic, in pre-diabetic people. It's been long decided. And I certainly have at least a cohort of 10 patients who referred because of iridescent hypos who are non-diabetic, where they're having this late postprandial hypoglycemia. You measure the insulin C-peptide. In fasting state, it's normal, but they have an exaggerated post-meal response to insulin. And that is causing the late hypoglycemia. So we've measured with long GTTs, measuring insulin C-peptide every 20 minutes. And you see insulin level that is 3 times what you'd expect at 90 minutes, causing the hypoglycemia later. And it's thought to be a pre-diabetic state, that over time the insulin production drops down and then they end up in diabetes. But yeah, maybe there's some genetic.
So small frequent meals would help in that, right, Pratik? After a prolonged
exactly. My rule of thumb is whatever carbs you have for your meal, have 50% of that 2 hours later.
Splitting the meals.
Maybe ACARB was also there in the dumping syndrome. That's something which helps there. So. Okay, I think there's another question, and probably Dr. Anuj or Sunil can take it. And a delegate is doctor is asking that when somebody comes to your clinic with the basic high HbA1c levels and you need to start treatment, what recommendations or algorithms should they follow? This is for a general practitioner. What really should they follow?
Manoj, I think it is out of technology conference.
I thought we'll just highlight the RSSDI ESI recommendation today as a simple means of following if you don't want to look at the many of the other recommendations. I accept Banshi.
You can answer this question on the chat.
No, it doesn't go to the delegates. It doesn't
directly to him.
Yeah, okay. So
I think
Sunil you want to say something?
I feel someone has asked, we should just clear it off immediately. So it is like lifestyle modification, metformin as a base. If metformin not tolerated, and you have to individualize the therapy, and there's an algorithm from ADA, ESD as well as RSSDI wheel is there to guide us. I feel our delegates can certainly refer to that, and according to the individualization, we should be opting for the therapy. If your HbA1c is high and your target is more than 1.5, start with dual therapy. Otherwise, you target for monotherapy, metformin lifestyle modification, then go for the second. I feel this is just the basic, recommendation.
Pratik, a question to you. Yesterday, there was some discussion about limitations of the Libre Pro and its non-approval in pregnancy in India. We unfortunately have predominantly the Libre Pro. What is the stand on Libre 2, and any of the CGMs in pregnancy?
Okay, so there was a concept study that used the Medtronic CGM in pregnancy. And that study showed a significant reduction in type 1 pregnancy in neonatal care and in large for gestational age babies. So behind that, there is just coming in complete funding for CGM in pregnancy in the UK. While that funding is happening, because here we have funding for Libre, actually it is widely used now in pregnancy. Because, and again, there is a wording that I use a lot, which is frequency beats accuracy.
Mm-hmm.
And so, because, with a finger prick, how often will the lady check? They might check once, twice, thrice. But with the CGM, you're getting so much data. So even if it is a little bit inaccurate, it's still better than having much less data. So here, actually, Libre currently is widely used in the type 1 pregnancy. It's less available for type 2s, but where available, people are using it. And as someone mentioned earlier, you understand the limitations, you understand the accuracy in hypoglycemia. You're mainly worried about the hyperglycemia in pregnancy. We know anywhere in pregnancy, mean glucose drops. Anywhere in pregnancy, our targets are lower, 60 to 75. And the ladies, the baby doesn't suffer from the hypoglycemia, but suffers from the hyperglycemia. So we always say the hyperglycemia doesn't really affect the baby. It's anything over 140 affects the baby. So seeing what that post-meal peak is every time, and you have to just be accepting that if it says 140, it could be 150, it could be 155, it could be 140, but consistently see where the average is, and you make your judgment based on that.
Thank you.
There is one question. I think while using CGM in pregnancy, should we change the settings of CGM so that the hypoglycemia cannot be detected at less than 7 because it will be less than 70 because it will be again a matter of concern for the patient, and she will always say that, doctor, I am keeping hypoglycemia all the time.
Yeah. So I think in pregnancy we should say, so the time in range targets are much lower. They are. I think it's not 70, it's 63 or something. I think the pregnancy target is. So absolutely on the download, if you have a separate Libre View box or something where the settings are.
Anu just brought out yesterday, the Libre Pro in India doesn't allow us to do that. It doesn't allow us to take a setting below 70.
Allowed in that pregnancy.
Below 70.
It doesn't, unfortunately. So that's the limitation that we have. And their explanation was it's not approved for pregnancy usage in India. So they're not going to update that.
Isn't approved, is it? Yeah.
Yes, I know this. I don't use in the pregnancy. I know that.
Sunil, now
I don't know how
whenever this problem occurs.
So I don't know when you're starting Libre Pro, having the international guideline, that sheet with the time and range, explaining to people that, look, in pregnancy, you can see that it is lower because of the dilution effect, and it is normal. Non-diabetic women will have a lower glucose in pregnancy. And the thing in pregnancy clinic, I always used to tell the ladies is, what harms the child is anything over 140. If you are a little bit low, the baby will take its glucose. Don't worry about it. You know, yeah, abhi se khun chusega, or ghee, whatever it is. But now our job is to keep the top under 140.
Sunil, we have to close now.
Yeah, we have to the closing remark and maybe a food for thought for RSSDI officials, including me as as a treasurer. But Banshi and Sanjay can take over, and of course the technology people. Do we have the global consensus of recommendation of CGM on a regular basis amongst type 1, type 2? Forget about pregnancy at this moment of time. Those are insulin, those are oral drugs, those complications. Do we have such guidelines coming up and recommendation like HbA1c should be
already RSSDI in 2018 we had come out with the CGM guideline.
Many guidelines.
I think Sunil is asking about frequency, how often it should be done.
How often it should be done? How frequently it should be done in group of people? Do we have such global guidelines, UK guidelines, and then on the basis of that, I feel we can have our own guidelines for our own country from RSSDI. That's what my food for thought for everyone. Just take your comment on this.
Sunil, you sanction the money as a treasurer and we'll do the rest. So.
Yes,
So we were involved in writing that paper a couple of years ago, which told about recommendations, and certainly in terms of guidance. So like in the US, there is no frank guidance about that. In the UK, there's very clear guidance from NICE where that happens. And then there's a paper I shared in the talk about the Diabetes Technology Network recommendations on a pathway of incremental, monotherapy, dual therapy. And it'd be fantastic. I think just like RSSDI might be having its technology wing, we have our RSSDI's ABCD, and we have the Diabetes Technology Network, which does all the education and guidance and gets involved in the national policy for that role. And I'm chair of that in the UK. So it would be good to work together and connect and support in that field. But yeah, there are documents out there. Americans, Europeans, all the countries have their various guidelines, and you have to adapt it to your situation and what's available in your country, in our country.
So before Banshi Bhai gives give this chair to the next president, I feel we should be coming out with such guidelines. So I stimulate Jyoti De, Manoj, and Mithun and Banshi Bhai and Sanjay to go for this. Of course, myself and Anuj and Pratap Bhai are always there around. Of course, Pratik will take your help in doing so. So thank you very much. Now I feel we are at the fag end of the conference, and this was the last session. Again, heartiest congratulations to Banshi Bhai, Sanjay, and the whole team of Technology Group. There's wonderful meeting, lot of learning, and now over to Anuj to give a concluding remark and close the meeting, and hand over it to possibly Mithun Bhai to conduct one. Yeah. And
thank you, boss. Already you have concluded very nicely, and after the boss, how can I speak anything add here? And already you have done the wonderful job, and I'm very happy to see Pratik and
Treasurer had not sanctioned the lunch.
Waiting for the lunch coupon.
Yeah, of course. Yes, I think biryani would be the better choice.
Yes. But before he goes, I think we should give thanks to Pratik.
I can't forget the biryani of Manoj Chawla.
You talk in this meeting, but also at the same time to become the part of our Diabetes Technology Network, the international advisor along with Dr. Viral Shah. We are also thankful to Dr. Pratik because Diabetes Technology Network UK had endorsed our meeting of RSSDI DTN meeting. So for that also I thank Pratik, and we will be definitely working together for many more things. And now thanks to Sunil and Dr. Anuj. Now, final remarks from the our team of Diabetes Technology Network, from Dr. Manoj, Dr. Jyoti, Dr. Mithun. They are there. Dr. Sai and Dr. Sunil is not there. And we will again ask Dr. Hardik to display that PowerPoint slide that where, anyone who is interested in technology, they can become the part part of this no, not this. Sorry, Hardik. They can become the part of Diabetes Technology Network, because we are inviting from each state there 1 or 2 persons who are really interested in technology and they are doing some work. They can become the member of our Diabetes Technology Network across the country. We have task force where 4 and 5 members are there. We have International Advisory Board, Pratik and Viral is there. And we want anyone who is really interested in technology, they can become the part of this technology network across the country. We are also going to come out with our RSSDI electronic medical record system. So please display those 2 slides once again. And then we would like to release our brochure, which is this year we are going to do our digital conference only annual congress of RSSDI, and where I will request our immediate past president, Dr. Rajiv Chawla, to inaugurate that brochure, the first flyer. First, please become the part of RSSDI National Registry EMR, which we are going to launch soon, and look into our website regularly for more updates on the same. And we are going to do one workshop dedicated only for EMR. Join our RSSDI Diabetes Technology Network, become member, send your details, name, city, state, mobile number, email ID. And first thing is very important, they should be without that they can't become the Technology Network member, and send your information at rssda_headquarters@gmail.com. Why you want to become the member and what work which you have done as far as technology and diabetes is concerned. Now I request first Sanjay, and then we will request Dr. Rajiv Chawla to unveil the first brochure, the first flyer for RSSDI National Congress. Dr. Sanjay.
Thank you very much, Banshi. And first of all, I would like to compliment the entire diabetes technology team who've done such a wonderful job over the last 2 days to bring this up. Also, Dr. Pratik, who's been our advisor, and Dr. Viral. I think we look forward to collaborating with you in future on many more projects to come. We know that technology is the way to go, and we'll all have to join hands to see that India becomes a stronger nation. We are capable of technology, so just a question of how we implement and motivate people to adopt technology. So with this, I think we are now concluding our technology workshop, but also I think it's a great moment also to sound out our virtual meeting, the national meeting that we're going to host in November. And I would like to invite Dr. Rajiv Chawla, Dr. Banshi, I don't know if Dr. Vasant is there, but also my fellow executive committee members who can all, we can all sort of give the inauguration of the virtual meeting. So can we have the slide? And Dr. Rajiv Chawla, can you show yourself on the platform? We have also Dr. P.V. Rao, who's our past president. Can you also show yourself, sir? I want to invite all of you for the meeting. Of course, all of us as executive committee are part of the organizing committee, but also please give us your feedbacks, your topics of interest, as well as we want to have more and more involvement in the national meeting. This is the first time ever RSSDI has hosted a virtual meeting. So I'm sure there will be challenges, but there will also be rewards. And I'm sure we'll have a great meeting ahead coming November. So Banshi, you want to say something? And I can't see Rajiv, is it there? Okay. Banshi, would you like to
unmute?
Unmute yourself, Banshi.
Sorry. Vasant Kumar is there or not?
No, I don't think he's there either. Dr. Rao, can you show yourself?
Again, we are requesting all the EC members. Now we are going to have our first virtual meeting, but it will be 48th annual meeting of RSSDI, which we are going to do digital and virtual meeting on the same date, which was previously announced for our face-to-face meeting, 27th, 28th, and 29th November. Now it will be done by RSSDI headquarters. So the EC is responsible. They are the organizing committee. Myself and Sanjay are going to organize along with Dr. Vasant Kumar, who is President-elect of RSSDI, and he will be the scientific chairman for that. The further information related to the meeting for the abstracts, paper, and all these things will be there on our website, and we'll be circulating to all our members. Any suggestions, please forward to us. And what we are trying through the digital medium, reaching out to unreached, We have 40,000 physicians in India who are practicing diabetes. We have more than 100,000 physicians who are actually primary care physicians and doctors who are dealing with the patients of diabetes. They may not be writing, every one of them are prescribing the therapy, but more than 40,000 physicians who are regularly prescribing the therapy. So we, through this digital medium, we want to reach everyone, reaching out to the unreached. That's the theme for improving diabetes care in our country. With these words, I thank once again to complete executive committee and Dr. Sanjay Agarwal, and for today's program, Diabetes Technology Network, and particularly Dr. Pratik and Viral, who had become the part of our International Advisory Board, and all the members, Jyotidev, Manoj, Mithun Bhartiya, JP Sai, and Sunil Jain as a part of Diabetes Technology Network. Thank you very much. Can we end now?
Yes, I think if Jyoti wants to say something on behalf of the task force.
Yes, please.
You can please, Manoj.
No, Jyoti, I think it's just a small beginning, I guess, for all of us in the technology thing. And just want to thank Sanjay and Banshi again for taking this initiative. We hope to meet everybody soon on the technology platform and do much more work. It's just early beginnings for all of us. And thanks to Pratik and Viral for all the support. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll close the meeting. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.